from that set.
Minutes from the 9th of October. Any matters arising from the minutes? Any corrections? We covered this was the meeting of the portfolio committee. In the absence of any matters arising, can we get a mover and a seconder for the minutes? It was part of our Honorable Chingila. Yeah. Yes. Oh, Honorable Nell seconds. Can we move to the next page?
The next batch is minutes of the 18th of September. Are there any corrections on that set?
These are the minutes of our meeting with the external experts. We met with the academia, people who specialize in military science. As a committee, we called them for presentation. This one, I think, is straightforward because they presented on critical issues that we'll have to share with the department on what is the academia and military scientists say about the shape and size of our Department of Defense and Military Veterans, and what are possible interventions from the academic point of view, because some of them have done some dissertations and theses on the department which they need to share with us. Honorable Chief Whip.
Chair, you know, I'm just fighting with myself because that meeting, the department was not here. And then I thought we were going to adopt the minutes where the department was present. I thought we were doing that. Then now, because they will listen to our issues. I'm just checking that on a point of procedure. Then if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected.
Okay, Honorable Nels.
Yeah, Chairperson, I don't think the presence of the department is necessary. We are a committee in our own right. We do have meetings such as that engagement that we had with academics where we were engaging. And it is correct that we adopt the minutes. The department does not provide a precondition for meetings to take place. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chingila.
Yeah, Chair, outside of early engagement, I think it's correct, not via procedure. We did have a session with other representatives that were given us. The minutes are a reflection of the engagement with the other representatives. So I'll then move for an approach.
Okay. Then Honorable Blackies.
Yeah, Chair, I will move to second the minutes of that engagement.
All right. Honorable Chingila moved, Honorable Blackies seconded. This was the meeting of the academia members of the executive. We met with all military scientists in the country as a portfolio committee for them to give us a critical analysis of the Defense Force and what are their findings from their students who dealt with dissertations on the military capability of the country, their students who dealt with thesis. There's a lot of research work that they've done, which I think at some point we'll have to share with the department, or either even get them to another page where they will be there. You must hear what academics are saying about us related, because military and defense on their own, they are a science. And so on our own as portfolio committees and as executive, we can achieve other things without science. For instance, the Department of Military Science in Stellenbosch University, they are collaborating with other universities in the world, including as far as Russia, on the cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, coding within the Defense Force. And we know that is one of the units we want to establish in the department. They are already ahead of us. So I'm sure when we exchange notes with them, including how the use of satellites in the whole defense warfare now in modern society. They are ahead of us in terms of those things, and I'm sure we'll share them with you once we have a chance. We can move to the next page.
The next set is minutes of the 11th of September. Are there any corrections on that set?
Correct, Honorable Latte, and will be followed by Honorable Niels.
Chair, you will recall that this is the second time that this minutes serve in front of this committee. The previous time it was sent back because of concerns that it wasn't accurately reflecting what was discussed at the meeting on specifically one point. And that is communication by the department to veterans, to members, veteran members. Now, although it is contained in bullet point, the last bullet point 4, and the top 5 from the bottom on page 4, the discussion was actually that the department should provide this committee with a mechanism how members can communicate within a specific time with the department, because this is the main problem that we as members are being confronted with by veterans. Lack of communication, lack of response from the department. I think I mentioned at that meeting that one veteran used phone 22 numbers all throughout South Africa without getting a single person to pick up the phone in order to pursue a problem. This is not contained in the minutes and it's still outstanding. So, Chair, I would like to propose that that be referred back, that it be put in there that the department should provide this committee with the exact mechanism, what a veteran should do to communicate with the department, and how a response in a reasonable time should be obtained, and what then if it's not being achieved. That is outstanding, and I think it's crucial. If we don't have the basic communication right, then nothing can proceed from there. So, Chair, I once again, second time now, request that this minutes be referred back so that we get that properly minuted, that it be communicated to the department. They were here, they knew what we asked, and we haven't received that as far as I know, so that we can actually make progress on this lack of communication issue, which has been dragging on for a long time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Niels.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I agree with what Mr. Hutton said. The minutes don't reflect the particular issue on communication. Secondly, Chair, under point 6 in these minutes, where it refers to the response that there was from Deputy Minister Nkungu, you will recall, Chair, that I expressed my concern in the meeting. I'm not talking now about the concern that I later on expressed in the previous meeting too, about the quality of the minister's response, and that there was no response that was giving us answers to the very pertinent questions that the Portfolio Committee members asked. I request, Chair, that concern that I've expressed, and there was no objection to that concern by members of the Portfolio Committee, should be reflected in the minutes. That's my first point, Chair. Secondly, Chair, you will recall that I raised very pertinently the issue of whistleblowers from the Department of Military Veterans, and a letter that had been written to you dated the 18th of August of this year, and we had a discussion about whether those whistleblowers who are senior members of the Department of Military Veterans should be given the opportunity, as they have requested in their letter, to appear in front of this committee. Chair, you will also recall that that was backed by several members of this portfolio committee, among them also Ms. Faith Ntambi. And I request that that discussion and the undertaking that you gave at the end of that discussion, Chair, that we will consider how to process an engagement with those senior officials who are whistleblowers in the DMV will take place. So I request those two issues to be reflected in the minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Shelembe. Thank you, Chairperson. I want to request that in our future meetings, minutes are read after the department has done their presentation, because we can see now some are not here to listen to our minutes. They come here just to do the presentation. So now for us now to take much time, whereas we have our own time when they are done, to deal thoroughly with all the issues that we are not happy. I'm requesting, because normally that's how it happens. I don't know why this time we ask that in the minutes. Thank you. Okay, Honorable Niels.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think we should debate this. In principle, it is correct that we will deal with minutes as the last item on the agenda, but you recall, Chair, and that's exactly why in the beginning of this meeting we had this debate that we had the minutes for so long, that there had been now 2 portfolio committee meetings where the minutes had to stand over because we run out of time. And that is why I proposed in the last portfolio committee, not as a norm, but as an exception, that we consider these minutes, because it is incorrect, Chair, and it should not be acceptable for minutes to stand over for so long before they approve. So while I agree with the honourable member on the principle, I think there's a very clear reason why on this agenda today the minutes appeared as the first item. Thank you.
Yes, can I rule honourable members so that we have progress? Honourable Nchimila.
Chair, I think I'm aligning myself with the motion registered by Honorable Shalem, because minutes are a very important aspect of our work. And now what we are doing is half-hearted kind of efforts that would not necessarily give us an opportunity to do proper reflections on the minutes. That indeed captures the essence of the engagements that we had. So that what is saying is that after every engagement we have with departments, let's then look intensely into the minutes so that they become a reflection of exactly what transpired in those engagements. So I'm seconding the motion. You can rule on that now, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, no, there's no problem. I think there's a meeting of the minds in terms of what needs to happen. We will refer the current minutes under discussion that relates to the DMV to in committee where we are on our own. Because DMV is before us today, they are going to present. I'm sure some of the issues we want to raise will be answered by their presentation. So I think we'll allow them step off these minutes. We'll deal with them on our own in committee. As a committee, then we'll finalize. We have answers on issues we have raised, Honorable Harting and Honorable Niaus. We have answers to that effect in terms of how far are we with the process. Well, thank you very much from the Secretary. We'll then move to I think the consideration of the AD report will do with it the same. We'll take it to in committee so that we allow item number 5.
Chairperson, just for clarity's sake, the minutes now of the one that's now disputed, is that now being deferred to a next meeting? I just want to get clarity on that.
What do you mean?
There were issues put here by myself and Honourable Niaus. I would like to know whether those minutes, I think it's of the 18th, those minutes now being deferred to a next meeting. That was my request and my proposal, in fact.
Yes, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought the Chairperson was saying that when we are in committee, having the department left, we'll deal with those issues in the in-committee meeting to see if the issues that you are raising, are they not captured here? And we did have some answers, so we're going to deal with those issues, in fact, with those minutes after the department has left. I thought the chairperson was saying that. Thank you.
Chairperson, certainly it should not be in committee, but only after the department have left. We cannot deal with minutes in a public meeting, which this is in committee. So perhaps that's just a slip of the tongue.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
English.
all right, no problem. We'll then move to item number 5, in that point that members have put as way forward. Item number 5 is the briefing by DMV on the 2023-24 annual report and responses to the Auditor General of South Africa on the audit outcomes of the department. We'll now hand over to you, members of the executive, to lay the ground before the officials come in. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and let me acknowledge the Chair and the members of the committee. Chair, I would request that we get the presentations, and then if there are any gaps, I will come at the end of the presentation. If there are any gaps, because we prepared together, so I assume what they will be saying things that we had agreed on. So, with your permission, if I can hand over
No, you are allowed, Honourable Minister. I think honourable members would want to get the gist of what the administration says, in particular on the audit outcomes, the remedial actions from the Auditor General's queries that are going to be done, the way forward, the proper deadline, and the responsible people. So I'm happy that you are saving us time to come at the end. You can now, through my permission,
Okay, thank you.
you are allowed to hand over to them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister and Deputy Minister colleagues, good morning. We will be presenting, with your permission, Chairperson, to start with the audit outcomes. Then we'll present the annual performance report. Chairperson, AG raised issues against the department in their outcomes of in the meeting of the 8th of October 2024. We commit as a department that the action plan will address all the issues that are raised by AG. Ordinarily, what happens after we've been furnished with a management report by AGSA, we go through each and every issue raised. We clear them, those that we can clear. In the event where we are unable to clear, we then commit to the individual responsible and the time frame. So we will do that even this time. Chair, I would want to bring to the attention of the Portfolio Committee that in our annual report, the Audit Committee did not support. However, the Minister has facilitated meeting of minds in that regard, and as such, with the final document, Audit Committee would have signed their report. I think issues that they were raising have been taken care of. Chairperson, on the issue of database cleansing, in the department we do have challenges of the database. The challenges that perhaps must be looked in three different forms. The first one being, we have statutory force members who is very easy to integrate.
Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Whip.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, now I wanted the acting DDG to stick to the presentation that is there. Then she will come thereafter. I'm requesting that. If she wants to come up with other issues, but the minister said that he will come. Must stick to the report if she's going to do the report. That is there on the board.
That's my request, because I was writing a note to say, allow the presenter to present the report and not have a verbal report, then you're going to present the report. So I really want to ask DG to allow the report to be presented and take this from there. And not
Okay,
explain the
no
report.
problem. If that is the request of members, so we'll move straight. I'm sure she was laying the foundation for the next presenter to flow. But for the sake of time, can we move to the presentation? Next presenter, then acting DG, you will come back after he has presented. And then the minister will finally close.
Apologies, Chair. The presentation on responses of the audit outcomes will be done by the CFO, Mr. Ndlovu. Over to you.
No problem. It's only done through my permission. I must first allow the CFO to present. He's not a member of this committee. Because there's a separation of powers in the Republic. We are the oversight, you are the executing authority. So, we will allow you, CFO, to present. You can proceed. Over to you, Honorable not Honorable, Mr. CFO.
No, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, PCD members. Good morning, Minister and Deputy Ministers, Minister and the colleagues. Chair, thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our response to the audit outcomes. As a first point of entry, Chair and members, this is not the response in terms of the audit action plan, because then the audit action plan refers to individual findings by AGSA. That will then, through ministry, we will then request then to come back and present where we are with the actual audit action plan item for item, with your permission, Chair. But going quickly through the presentation, Chair.
CFO,
Thank you, Chair.
you know from my past experience with your engagement, DMV and DOD, normally we allow 40 or less minutes. So if you can just stick to them, because we want honorable members to ask more questions. So we want to save time for them to ask you questions. If you can just shorten your presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I will talk to the slides. I will not go through each pointer on the slide. Basically, this is the presentation outline.
Honorable Niels?
Chair, forgive me, can we just be helped? This particular PowerPoint presentation, is it here in our document? Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Yeah, it's written outside annual report. It's like this. Yeah, it's part of the package.
I'm just looking at the front page and I couldn't find the exact word.
Okay. No problem. You can proceed, CFO.
Thank you, Chair. This is the purpose. We're now on slide 4, Chair. Basically, all we are saying, we acknowledge the audit outcome in the year under review, which is 2023-24, where the DMV was issued or received a qualified audit opinion. It's basically on two critical areas. Issue number 1 was incomplete irregular expenditure disclosure. And the second area of qualification was an element of unverifiable tangible capital assets. Just reflecting back, Chair and members, from 2016-17, we had consistently received unqualified audit opinion until 2022-23 financial year, and then moving over to the current year under review. Just illustrate, Chair, the issue around irregular expenditure. During the year 2021-22, there were various contracts that were entered into by the department. Majority of them were either through participation from existing contract within the government or participating in the transversal contracts.
CFO,
Yes,
let
Chair.
me interject you.
Yes.
The presentation is written this way. Presentation to the Portfolio Committee on Defense. I see members are struggling. Can we show them the proper document? Okay. Can all the members be, because I see our members are struggling to follow up. Yes, Honorable Niels.
Chair, I'm not happy. This is chaotic, the way those papers have been given to us. We should just get these things electronically. We have to wade through a whole wad of paper before we eventually find a document. It's not in a proper chronological order, anything. I don't think the way in which these documents are being given to us are acceptable. It's taken me now a long time to eventually find this document, and there are other members of the committee who went through exactly the same problem. It's not acceptable.
That's why I had to interject, because I saw that experience that we're going through. But I'm sure, let's deal with the content. We'll deal with the procedure after, in terms of how you synchronize your documents. But the procedure, CFO boss, we want to ask you questions. I also have questions from my side. DMV is a sensitive matter. Present. All right.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, as I was indicating, we had various contracts that were entered into, not on a regular manner, but for that financial year, the DMV was issued with unqualified audit opinion. However, these issues are now creeping up. They started creeping up in the 2022-23. Even in this financial year, we are then receiving an opinion to say all those transactions coming from those contracts are not clearly or properly disclosed in the annual financial statements. So then, to address the issue, because we need to address the issue as the department, we are indicating that there's an internal exercise to identify. However, that needs to be reinforced by external services, and hence then we, through the ministry, we are then seeking a proclamation, Chair, because we believe that SIU will do a proper investigative work and be able to take the process through until conclusion, other than probably bringing an external, a private investigator who may be able to do a process up to a certain point. Then we'll have to refer to other agents. So then that process gets a bit stalled. But SIU will be able to then assist us. And then the second item, which is unverifiable tangible capital assets, we are indicating, Chair, that we have started the verification process. However, due to capacity constraints in the department presently, which ministry is assisting us in addressing, in order to expedite that process of verification, we then are seeking and we are then in the process of appointing external service provider to assist us in terms of concluding that process of asset verification. However, Chair, then we will then look at other matters of emphasis, Chair, as per the AGSA. The most critical points that were raised by AGSA is around the uncertainty on litigations. We are saying out of the 213 million roundabout of total litigations, there is a case related to ZIL Healthcare Services amounting to about 198 million. That case started around 2015 financial year. It is before court. We believe now it is at the last leg of litigation, where then it is before the Constitutional Court. It will be sitting next month. It has previously been awarded in favor of the department. We are still also hopeful that then this matter will be finalized so that even internally we are able to move in terms of then seeking different optimal options of providing healthcare services to military veterans. The other point of emphasis by AGSA is underspending in general, but also specifically to Program 2. We confirm, Chair, overall there was an underspend of 260.4 million, of which 215 million referred to Program 2, which is socio-economic support. Of the 215 million, 159 million was related to the non-payment of military veterans pension. Chair, we admit we started late in terms of disbursing the military veterans pension. However, that was also informed by the processes which were involved until the gazetting of the regulation, which took place around the 6th of October of 2023. So then we were able to then start disbursing from the 1st of November. However, every single recipient that is approved is backdated to the 1st of November, Chair. So it means that if I get approved in this year, I will still receive an annuity which commences from the 1st of November. We do admit that there was underperformance in the previous year versus the target, where we were able to only pay 615 versus a target of above 2,000. But we are hopeful now that JIPA is up to speed with the processes, that they will be able to catch up. Maybe just to further give another source of underspend, presently we are having critical vacant posts and all other vacancy rates, which is around above 25%. The exact percentage is 27%, of which then 26 million of the total underspend was related to compensation of employees. There were other areas of material misstatements in terms of performance information, Chair, but it's various areas. But then management has then adopted the issue and the strategy of ensuring that there is validation of information from the branches to the second layer of governance, which is supposed to be internal audit. We have capacitated in internal audit because it was not effective internally. We are presently outsourcing that service with the view that in the new organogram, it will then allow the department to be able to insource. So basically long term is to insource, but short to medium term is outsource, so that then we strengthen the corporate governance. Moving to slide 7, Chair. The other area is around consequence management, Chair. We report, Chair and members, that we have a backlog, which is always the concern of AG, year in, year out, around the issues of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We started the process, however, it was stalled due to suspensions, but we are now resuscitating that process. We are resuscitating the financial misconduct panel, which is the panel that considers all issues around irregular and fruitless expenditure. We are also engaging Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, who actually assisted us in the prior years in then making determinations on those matters. So all of those processes will then ensure that by the end of the financial year, at least we have a process is verifiable, which then can be coined by the AGSA. Then we are hoping that we'll start moving away from this concern from AGSA of lack of consequence management. On the HR side, I think DG will talk to that, but the consequence management, which AG always refers to, is around issues of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Probably, Chair, the last element is around material irregularities. Presently, we've got two issues. There is one which is the provision of emergency housing, Chair. That issue is where the department had allocated housing, newly built houses for a project in the project area, and the project name is called Rama City. It's in the north of Pretoria. There was unrest, Chair and members. The department took responsibility to ensure that we safeguard the lives of military veterans. Emergency housing is presently not in the Act under Section 5 and not in the regulation. But in the past, we would then, through social media and other media platforms, get a complaint that there is a military veteran staying under the bridge. We found it being responsible of the department to then intervene. So we will then look for that destitute military veteran, find a way to provide emergency housing until we have a permanent solution. So it wasn't the first time that we provide emergency housing. However, because this was a bigger group, then AG says, no, these people should not have been provided with emergency housing, but we have given them all the paperwork. But however, they have then said they have referred the matter to the SIU, so we will wait for the investigation by the SIU so that then corrective action is adhered to. The second matter is around the procurement of the pothole machines. During the 2021-22 financial year, the department procured 90 roller drum machines. Those are pothole machines. However, we could not find the actual execution plan in terms of what these machines were bought for what purpose, who were the intended recipients, and hence then there was a whistleblower. The matter was reported to the Hawks. A case was opened. It's being investigated still. However, AG says the department is not utilizing those machines. However, our argument is to say, how can we utilize something that is in the custody of the SAPS, Hawks? So then we have then provided proof that those machines, it's only now that NPA is saying the department can start utilizing, but we have not received the certificate. So we are hopeful that then AGSA may reconsider their position on this issue so that then the department can take over and see how well to dispose those machines. There is another potential material irregularity where the department procured 10,000 tablets. Again, there was what they called a digitization program where they were targeting military veterans and their dependents. But however, we normally, before you buy quantities of items, you will first then ascertain who are the intended trainees so that you quantify the numbers, and then you procure as you quantify the numbers. But however, the department did a blanket procurement of 10,000 upfront. So basically, we are saying we cannot then utilize 10,000 tablets at once. We need to first know the original plan, which then we are working on it with MTN, so that then this matter can be closed. So there is an investigation from the MTN side. We will then take the report so that we close the matter with AGSA. Chair, I think I will stop at that in terms of our response. But however, Chair, we commit through the DG that the detailed action plan, we are working on it in background. We are having an audit debrief meeting with AGSA in the next, before month end, because we've been missing each other in terms of confirming diaries. But the meeting will take place before the end of the month, so that we then look at all items that are open. Some of the items were closed during the audit, so we will only concentrate on the items where we feel that we need to do more and where also AG advises us to further look into. But in terms of these qualification areas, we are presently doing something about them, Chair. Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO. I'm not sure from the acting DG and the minister. Is there any submission?
No, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Indeed, that's what we would have prepared for the committee on the matters that come from the AG. And just to make 2 points without repeating the report, Chair, that upon our arrival, indeed we did pick up that there are major problems in the department outside what the AG would have picked up. And also, one of the first meetings I had were with the internal auditors to also understand what were the challenges in the department. And can assure you, Chair, that in terms of the guidance from the internal auditors, even before we got the audit report, points to the same things that the Auditor General raised. But fortunately, the internal audit raised broader issues than specific items that the AG would have picked up. Basically, that the internal structures of the department had collapsed, making it difficult to function. As you can see from the report, that there's vacancy rate of 27% at critical points, where the whole layer of, there's no DG permanent, there are no DDGs, and therefore the ability of the department to do all the things that they're supposed to do would have been compromised. And those are some of the things that the internal audit raised as a major risk that we have. That some of the difficulties come from just lapse in terms of structure, so which will be, let's say, your human resources, your control measures, and your HR. And those are the big things that, Chair, we are dealing with. But because today was supposed to report on the AG, with your indulgence, I'm handing myself to you to say, at the time that the chairperson of the committee wants, then we can say of the things that especially the internal auditor had raised, because the internal auditor raised most of the things that came from the AG, but even more than them, and all the risks that we were confronting. And fortunately, because they work with us on an ongoing basis, they wanted to say, no, we told you that this risk, what are you doing about it? But for now, I just thought I should emphasize the fact that we found that the infrastructure of the department had been compromised, and that's why it found it difficult to do other things. And some of the functions that the department is doing, functions that I don't believe anyone discussing, the department should have gotten itself into them. For instance, the question of pensions. The department didn't need to develop a capacity to start disbursing pensions. It's done elsewhere, it's done very well with the pension fund system. All we are supposed to do is to verify, identify, and follow up and support, so that we really are focused in terms of communication, but we don't do things which the state has capacity for. So we're also looking at those things to say, what are the things that we should be doing ourselves as a department? We've gone through strategic plans. We had a strategic plan, we're going through another strategic plan to say, where is our strength, where are weaknesses, what is it that we do and do it well, what are the things that we're not doing. And even that, Chair, at the time, we're finished with the whole process again, we can come and report to the committee to say, this is what we've planned in relation to what the internal auditors and the AG would have raised. We had a meeting with the AG. We have a remedial committee that is addressing most of the things that the AG raised. That's why I even met the CEO of MTN to say, there's this story, I don't understand how you got yourself as MTN, such a big company, into a situation where, 10,000 tablets have been bought through you and it looks dodgy, and that's why they've conducted themselves an internal audit to say, I'm not sure how you got yourself into that. As I say, the SIU on these gandas, when we first came, we fought to hold close, as I said, how did we get into that space? But unfortunately, with now working with justice, you have to follow the processes. If they are touched, you can't touch. And that's the other story that came through. So, in short, without taking too much of your time, it's just to really say the departmental architecture has been weakened, and that's what we're focusing on. And just to enable us to do some of the things that we are supposed to do, which we are not doing well, simply because we don't have the right people in the right places. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think we all need to appreciate that military veterans are a very sensitive community based on their training and skills. They are used elsewhere in the world as mercenaries. They are used elsewhere in the world as plotters of coups. They are used elsewhere in the world as perpetrators of cash in transit because of their specialized skills. But they are also used as foreign intelligence agencies because of their skills. So any government or any state that does not take care of its military veterans does not deserve peace and stability, because those are the highly trained members of our society in terms of warfare. So failure to take care of their welfare can be an own goal, because once they react or they join even private mercenaries, they can make a coup d'etat. They can take over this parliament, because we are inept, we are timid as civilians. And I don't think that's the way we need to continue, because we need to put an end to that. Out of 260 million, 159 million was supposed to go for the benefits of these members. It's returned back to Treasury. It's not well. Somebody may say, no, it's the minister. But the minister was not there. We were busy with elections as political parties. We only came here in June. So we're only less than 3 months in office. So administration will have to account. I hear that there was a vacancy rate in one of your audit. There was a 27% vacancy rate of senior managers. But in the same sentence, there is an expenditure in terms of supply chain management. Who approved it if there are no senior managers? In the same sentence, you say there was no managers or executive in the administration, but on the other side, 10,000 tablets were bought to work on the database of military veterans. Now, who approved 10,000 tablets? If there was no CFO, there was no DG, there was no whatever, so it means junior officials are running amok in this department. So these are some of the things that I thought we will have to clarify. But the issue of members not getting their pensions, it's something we need to work on. You are not the Department of Human Settlement. Issues of housing, can we have an MOU and a collaborative agreement with that department? Issues related to skills development, can we have a collaborative or an MOU with the Department of that deals with CETAs and Department of Higher Education and Training? Can we work on those collaborative MOUs with other departments which do core functions that does not belong to us, but which our members of the military veterans deserve them as citizens of the country also, but as specialized community, so that we deal with those things. But others, I don't want to talk too much. Members today, the ball is in your court. You have been fighting me on some of these things. You have been upright in saying the portfolio committee is not doing its work. Today we'll give over to you. We'll start with you, Honorable Hatting. We'll come this way. And yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I know that we have only a limited time. Chair, I think the elephant in the room, and using the Minister's words, the structure of the department has collapsed, the structure of the department has been compromised. That's the elephant in the room. That's why our military veterans do not get their benefits and why they don't get responses from the department. Now, Chair, if this was a private company, what would have happened? We hear of strat plans on strat plans on strat plans, but we don't hear of implementation. We don't hear of turnaround. We don't hear a deadline turnaround strategy. All that we hear is what we know, is that the department is dysfunctional. Chair, if this was a public company, it would have gone bankrupt. And if this was a company and a public-private partnership that we have contracted to manage our veterans' benefits, we would have fired the company long ago. Now, what was explained here doesn't happen overnight. It's a gradual process that happened over years. And you don't need an internal audit report to determine what's going wrong. You don't need an AGS report. There's ministerial oversight on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. This has been going on, and the decline has apparently been condoned. We live with it. So, Chair, what we need here is a turnaround strategy, if there are talks and more talks and talks, but deadlined. And then the department should be kept to those deadlines. We are playing with people's lives. The people who should be receiving the benefits are dying of old age without receiving benefits. That's a reality. It's in the report as well. So many deceased who enjoyed health benefits, but there are so many more who do not enjoy this because of the dysfunctionality of this department. Chair, we cannot allow this to continue. It's been going on for too long. If we go to the AGS report, and now we have there, so it's still there on the board. Now, why should we believe the second paragraph? Consequence management was not fully implemented, and then what was going to happen? This is a repeat finding. This should have been done long ago. It's every year the same, and every year I believe there's the same response. What will be done, but never gets done. I know it's dysfunctional, but I need some responses from the department. If the department is dysfunctional, let's get the rotten apples out and get people in there who can do the job. If there are vacancies, deal with it. We need a better response from the department on the dysfunctionality, the collapsed department, as was confirmed by the minister. Out there are a lot of criticism of the department, specifically, and this highlighted the dilemma that we find ourselves in, that we are being confronted with. The sending back of money to Treasury. This cannot happen when people are in dire need out there. It cannot happen. So I need a better response on the crisis that is bedeviling this department with a massive effect on our veterans out there than what we have received. And deadlined, please. Thanks.
Okay, point noted, Honorable Shelembe. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I know that, if we speak of the causes of, for the department to not being able to function properly, the excuse is the number of vacancies in the department. I think the acting director in the department will agree with me that in 2019, when General Mukwebe was acting, it was the same thing that the department can't perform because there are a number of vacancies that were not filled. It's now 5 years ago. We are still speaking the same thing in the department. Now, I want to know from the office of the minister that are all these positions are meant, to be filled by your office? All these vacancies we're talking about. Because now if you say the department can't function, about 27 vacancies we are told that are vacant in the department. Maybe the office of the minister will be able to tell us. Then, Minister, I believe, Minister, there is a committee, the advisory committee and the appeals board committee, which are meant, to assist your office to ensure that issues or matters or concerns from the military veterans are attended to. Just want to check in your office, since you have been appointed, whether you have been able to meet with the advisory committee and the appeals board. Also to know whether in terms of their term of office, they are still active. I would appreciate that. Thanks. Then the issue of the provincial offices, you can see that, the money has been returned back to the department, to the National Treasury from the provincial offices. Now, those offices are meant to make it easier for military veterans to have access and present their concerns. Are these, offices fully functioning, fully furnished with the staff? Then the main concern from the military veterans, Minister, is the issue of your call center. I'm not sure whether your department is able to monitor all the calls that are being brought but are not answered. Then of all the calls that are made by the military veterans, how many calls that were not answered? Maybe that will help us now to know in your office that whether your call center is there keeping the people on offices or is there to help, the military veterans. Then, the last one, Chair, we have the act in place that says the department is responsible to make sure that if an application comes from the military veterans, must be attended within 30 days. Then at the same time, the department must make sure that they respond to those people. Their response must be post-delivery or any other forms of communication. Now, I'm checking now, if that, is happening with the act, whether the department is adhering to the act and the regulations within the department. Thank you, Secretary.
Thanks, Chairperson. Disappointing indeed, 15 years later. Beneficiaries of a department that was created to support and also sustain the dignity and the integrity of those that would have sacrificed as former armed freedom fighters and other defense employees, languish in poverty, some are destitute, some even die in DMV offices due to administrative deficiencies. I think we've lamented enough, Chair, on the poor service and ill capacity of the department, where to date, the database verification process and the ultimate finalization of the database is still not done. And given the conditions and the age of those that are expected to benefit, it means people are going to die having sacrificed their life but with no benefit. Yet there's a department with a responsibility to deal with the issues of commemoration, the issues of legacy, not meeting targets to recognize those heroes and heroines, repatriation, erecting of tombstones. But yet, the department remains a custodian of compensation of employment. So, it's a department that is there just to pay salaries, not to deal with the real issues that the mandate that informs it, which is the Act. I mean, to date, the issues of the public transport for military veterans still not finalized, where we would have expected an MOU that would have been entered into with the Department of Transport and Treasury, so how to subsidize these individuals and finalize this process. The issues of houses, I think, has been ever emphasized. I can't further amplify it. And we need to understand how far is the digitization of the database and what would be the bottlenecks to date. And why are we not going to SITA for interventions in this regard? And what are the job placements and also business opportunities for military veterans? Remember, these benefits and the budget, given the fiscal constraints, cannot be perpetual. So what are the exit strategies in DNV to say they can self-sustain themselves in the future rather than being solely dependent on these benefits of DMV? What are the plans? In terms of programs, I think that should be reflected in your whether turnaround or restoration or the action plan with timelines, responsible people and budget implications to also further empower our engagements with Treasury. As indeed we need to turn around this department, because at the current stage or status, one would be extremely compelled to say we do a complete overhaul or place it under administration because it is functional. And what steps are in place to address the critical issues of underspending and these internal inefficiencies? What would be the timelines and timeframes in terms of including the action points to deal with those and to make sure that those issues are resolved, because they cannot be perpetual. And indicate who will be responsible, because we need people to account. We have agreed that we are going to have quarterly reports, quarterly progress reports as to, based on the issues that would have been tabled even by the SG and your reports and our findings. Who will be doing that monitoring and evaluation and give us a report on the progress that would have been made at that particular point? And Chairperson, maybe just to check the status of the advisory council and the board, the constitution of it, is it properly capacitated? Do they have the capabilities required to perform their mandate? And maybe extended to the committee, we need to have an engagement through the secretary with the advisory council and the appeals board, just to get a sense as well on their internal issues. Given the report, if it says the department is trying to secure forensic investigation. Now, what then is what in terms of policy? The internal audit and risk cannot necessarily perform its own forensic investigations to even require you know, the wording itself is very disturbing. We are trying hard to secure. It means you don't have internal capability to conduct your own internal audit and risk. Thus, the collapse in supply chain and the irregular procurement and maladministration and irregular expenditures, because you don't have that internal in terms of even to manage the PFMA requirements, where you procure goods and services outside of the prescripts of what would have been expected in the PFMA. So even those that would have been identified by the audit findings of the AG, what consequences are done to date? Who is held responsible? Are Hawks intervening? Is SIU given a report? Or do you need further interventions or assistance from us? Because it's very silent. Nothing is mentioned. In fact, it's just wording that we could not fully implement due to lapse in good governance. I mean, that's very disturbing. If there's no good governance, why do we have an institution that is expected to perform such a very critical responsibility and role in making sure that the dignity of those that are very, in fact, are supposed to be held in high esteem by society is being compromised? Because there is no good governance, Comrade CFO and DG.
Honorable member,
Oh, sorry.
can we call order now?
Yeah.
To summarize and close.
Yeah, in conclusion, Chair, but
Okay, just on the basis of our rules, we don't refer to honorable members.
no, I withdraw, Chair. I withdraw, Chair.
This is not a meeting of a political party.
I withdraw,
It's a
Chair.
It's state establishment. Thank you.
Yeah, I withdraw, Chair. It's just the spirit of dissatisfaction that indeed such members can subject esteemed members of our society at that particular status. I think, Chair, what I just need to, maybe in conclusion, Chair, the status of the reconciled changeable capital assets. Because there is a commitment to deliver in 2025 February. What action steps are already in place? Because we don't want to come here, which is something like 6 months from now, and we find that indeed we did not put any actions in place. There are no real plans. It was just for reporting purposes, but there's no work really done, because based on the report they are giving, you don't have internal capacity and the human personnel to implement these commitments. So we want to understand how are you going to implement it, and what exactly are you going to do? I think Chair will pause there. If there are indeed going to be a second bite after they respond, we will take it from there, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Can we proceed to you, Honorable Nyas?
Thank you, Chair. You know, Chair, the Department of Military Veterans is not taking us serious. Just with regards to this presentation, the PowerPoint that was given to us today, I see that this presentation was sent to us 5 o'clock this morning, and then, of course, we get it in this chaotic format that I've already raised my concern about. This is exactly the issue, Chair, that you raised during the previous presentation of the Department of Defense. Documents have to be given to us in proper time, and we must be able to peruse those documents before its meetings. But it's also clear to me, Chair, that the DMV doesn't take us seriously, because when there was the repatriation ceremony of those heroes who were brought back, who passed away in exile, there was no invitation extended to us. The DMV come and make this presentation to us today. And when I go through it, I have to face a situation that the Department of Military Veterans only has a 33% success rate in terms of the performance targets that it has. Now, Chair, I know the Minister of Defence was previously the Minister of Basic Education, and there was a pass rate of 33%. But that cannot be the pass rate for the Department of Military Veterans. Chair, 27% of those who are in executive positions within the department are acting. It seems to me that these actors, and one should probably rather call the Department of Military Veterans Hollywood than the DMV, are running wild. I'm in possession of a letter that was sent to the acting DG, Ms. Mafu, extending her position as acting DG until a final DG is appointed, written to her and signed by the Chief Director of HR. That's quite extraordinary, Chair. Does a lower ranking officer now confirm the appointment of the acting head of that department? So, Chair, you see, what we are dealing with here is a situation where there is no control, where the finances are not being managed. The Auditor General tells us that. Where material has gone lost and it cannot be traced because there's no electronic tracing process. 2 weeks ago, I went to the Department of Military Veterans. I met with the acting DG and with the acting CFO. You hear me? Acting. And I was told that the major problem that we have with regards to the military veterans database is not their problem. Because this is a problem that they have with CETA. And I see in the more detailed report that we've received that the electronic tracing of the material goods within the department that have gone lost, that cannot be found, is also because there's no proper tracing process. But it's none of the department's fault. It's somehow CETA's fault. Now, this is the equivalent, Chair, of the schoolboy saying, the dog has come and eaten my homework for breakfast. There's always someone else responsible for this mess that the Department of Military Veterans is in. Chair, let's just look at some of these statistics. 153 houses during the last financial year out of 480 that were supposed to have been delivered. 168.4 million rands returned to the National Treasury because of the pension underfunding. And then we get told, well, we are sorry. Yes, we know we started a little bit late. And so forth and so forth. Look at these two issues that were presented to us, Chair. A large number of pothole machines. 10,000 tablets are somewhere in storage. We are being told that there's no plan. Somehow these things were purchased, they were acquired, but there was no plan. Now, I'm talking also to other people in the Department of Military Veterans, senior officials, those who have written to you, Chair, and say that they are prepared to be whistleblowers, and we must bring them here. Because they say, yes, there was a plan. But what is going on in this department is that one group tries to pull the carpet from underneath the other. So it is stalemate eventually, with a situation now that the pothole machines have not been used, no positions or jobs have been created in the process for military veterans that it was meant for, as I understood. 10,000 tablets can become outdated. and it will be wasted expenditure. How on earth did we get here? Today we get told there's a plan. We are working on a plan. We had a strat session last week in Limpopo. But Chair, the strat session itself is already fatally flawed, because the major stakeholders are coming to me and to other members of this portfolio committee, and they're saying to us, in terms of the Military Veterans Act, number 18 of 2011, we must be consulted. There's been no consultation. So one could even say that that strat session in itself was not based on a legal foundation. So here we go again. No plan. The plan that they tried to put together is fatally flawed in terms of its process. We do not have an electronic database, nor we have an electronic tracking system of property in the department. And we have an underspending that only 69.7% or 0.2% of the allocated budget had actually been spent. Yesterday, Chair, I received once again another letter from a military veteran crying, giving me the documents. And I'm going to present those documents to the Department of Military Veterans. My child is being kicked out of school because I have not been able to pay the school fees, because the department is not paying. While I've got the right, and it has been approved, that my child's education fees should be paid. Look at what's happening in this report, Chair. What do we see? A decline in terms of services being provided for military veterans. But in the meantime, Chair, when all of this is happening, I must hear, and I would like the acting DG to tell me if this is true, because this is what I hear, that although there's no allocation in the Department of Military Veterans for a driver and security for the acting DG, that an official has been taken out of his official position and has now been given the job to be the security and to be the driver for the acting DG. The actors, the Hollywood actors, are running wild within this department. Chair, I meet on a daily basis. Yes, I'm winding up. I meet on a daily basis with military veterans. Yesterday, I had a report from a well-organized group of military veterans here in the Western Cape, in Paarl, who want to meet with us. They tell me that the housing allocation is wrong, the health care is wrong, the education allocation for their children is wrong. They have also written to us. You have their letter. This cannot continue. I insist, Chair, that those whistleblowers who are giving detailed information, and the letter is with you, and they've got much more, must be given an opportunity to come and present their case here. And we as a committee have to refer the crimes that are being committed in the Department of Military Veterans then to the National Prosecuting Authority and the Directorate for Priority Crimes, the Hawks. Because the criminals who are in charge needs to be dealt with. We cannot see our military veterans' lives being destroyed, Chair, by this criminal situation that is going on in the Department of Military Veterans. This is not a functional department. It needs to be placed under management, and those who have caused this damage that has been achieved through years of neglect and mismanagement must be charged, and I want to see them in orange overalls. There has to be now, Chair, consequence management. I don't want to hear, and I'm concluding with this, Chair, I don't want to hear one more thing about we are still busy developing a strategy. That has been going on for years. The sixth administration, and I've read through all the minutes of that administration, heard the same poppycock that we heard from the acting CFO today every time that they came in front of that committee. I'm sorry, Chair, this committee is not going to be held for the fool. We have to stop this nonsense, and this nonsense is going to stop right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Niels. I'm sure the team is. We're told we must evacuate the building. Let's go. What is it? Fire? Huh? Is the military veterans? Or are they here already?
with concrete time frames. Even if you don't say the 15th, just say this month at least, something will happen. If you don't say 2021, you say 2023 at least. Because the problem is that we have given you open-ended time to come and explain to us the same thing, and you are not going to help us in this meeting. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kabakulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Uma bengakhuluma isiZulu sakithi bengathi okwenza lapha afana ogcina inyombakazi. In the true meaning of it, it's just a repetition of one and the same thing. The department has been there, with the employees who were responsible for doing the work. The ministers are there for a certain, a shorter period. The person can redeploy the minister anywhere, anytime. So my belief, Chair, is that the behavior of the employees is that they are there for life. They will only exit during the pension time when it comes. But they won't make sure that the DMVs are sort of attended to in a proper way. One, Chair, we are dealing with people who are known. The former members of the SADF are known. The members of the cadres who have been out of the country are all known, I believe, from all the parties that went outside the country in order to sort of try and bring in the democracy that we are enjoying today. How come that they could still be not finalized, the issue of verification? How come, Chair? I doubt if the position of the department is to say they are still trying to verify the members. I can't imagine a person who might have been born during the early 90s to appear on the list as one of the former soldiers. Here we should be dealing with the people who are known really, who were outside of the country, so that we could be maybe finalizing the whole issue. It's very worrying, Chair. I'm not sure whether I heard the CFO correctly when he said they were trying to assist the veterans who were found sleeping under the bridges. We could just imagine, but I'm not sure. I stand for correction if I might have not properly heard him. Those people can, after 30 years, be found sleeping under the bridges with the government that they have fought for. They've liberated. Really, one can't believe and trust what's happening. You know, Chairperson, I think there should be an order from the Portfolio Committee chairs to say the report will come to the Portfolio Committee to say by this or by a certain date they will be sort of through with the whole verification process, so that our brothers and sisters are benefiting out of what they struggled for, because we are eating the fruits of their struggle. Really, Chairperson, I'm afraid if we are going to be time and again be brought here and be told these are the arrangements that the department is having, whilst some of those who were out have benefited actually because they enjoyed the privilege of being coming in as leaders in government in different categories. But the rest, those who've been looked down upon, are still out in the cold. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kabakulu. Honorable Muntajan. Hello? Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the department received qualified audit opinion for 2 consecutive years. What are the reasons for not properly disclosing irregular expenditure? How difficult it is just to disclose it. The previous AGSA reports highlighted a lack of consequence management at the DMV, yet there were only 2 written warnings issued during 2023-2024. 5 cases withdrawn and no dismissals of staff. Despite the overall poor performance against targets set, nearly 50% of the staff component of the DMV received a salary notch increase in the previous financial year. Why is the filling of senior vacancies often delayed? What efforts are made by the DMV to address employment equity shortcomings? What disciplinary steps were taken against the directors who did not sign their performance agreements? The long suspension periods of personnel with full benefits are a rising concern, and we would like to get clarity from the department on the processes to finalize these suspensions. Over the past 2 financial years, DMV did not facilitate access to employment placement. What are the reasons for no progress in this key deliverable in the past 2 financial years? What is the status of the Advisory Council Committee and Appeal Board? Are they fully functional and staffed? And if yes, how long has the appointments been done? Chairperson, the problems with the lack of delivery of houses to veterans has been an ongoing problem in DMV. What causes the misalignment between DMV and the provincial human settlement? What efforts are being made to improve this? What is the status of military veterans receiving pension benefits since the end of the financial year under review? And what is the current status of the transport benefit? And are there any possible solutions to the expressed complexity of the benefit? Lastly, Chairperson, the provincial offices and stakeholder relations sub-program underspent by 10.5 million in the past financial year. This is a crucial sub-program that serves as a link between the veterans and the department. Underspending in this regard means that the veterans do not have a reliable contact point at provincial level. What steps are taken to improve on this? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I'm not sure if from the honorable members, is there anyone I've left behind who would want to talk? Honorable Ntolo? Any point you are allowed to? And if?
She's covered.
Oh, you're covered. Yeah, no, I made a terrible mistake not to acknowledge you. I only saw you properly during the evacuation. But Honorable is with us. Let's welcome Honorable Mdolo into the committee. All of us would be aware. There are other members who have been coming to the committee. So long as they've taken an oath of the Republic, we allow them to sit and contribute to the committee. So Honorable Mdolo is more than welcome to our committee, even to make an input. because she's equal honorable member like all of us. Now, colleagues, there's been a request in terms of the way forward from committee members. I think I'll give you my summary. I would not want the department to reply, because according to my members, you may be dysfunctional to reply. So it means you will not be fit for purpose. That's what members raised by and large, that the shape you are in is not fit for purpose. You are in Hollywood. We are told that we are on bioscopes now. We are Charles Bronson and everybody, so we are on Hollywood, and I don't think that's what we need to allow you to do without proper answers to the committee. So what the committee emphasizes is that we must develop a proper audit remedial action plan to respond to all the queries of the Auditor General. So that audit remedial action plan must also have dates that we set aside to meet with the auditor executive responsible for DMV in trying to resolve the audit queries that are raised by the Auditor General. So in so doing, we must have proper query, have proper remedial action, have proper deadline, and have proper responsible person from your side as the department. We have been asked again by members that it's very difficult for military veterans to access you. You are giving some 06 something numbers. Where in one portfolio committee meetings, they tested those numbers for me. We called them from the meeting. There was nobody who replied. So you are not on Facebook, you are not on WhatsApp, you are not on other, you don't have a proper email address where we can say dnv@militaryveterans.gov.za, where members or military veterans can communicate with you directly. So what happens, they communicate with us as individual members of the portfolio committee. Even myself, I can open my email now to show you how many correspondences do I get from military veterans who are complaining about one or two things. The biggest thing is the non-payment of tuition fees for the kids at school. So most of our military veterans' kids are expelled from school now because they do not pay the first semester. So they are out by now. Some of them, it means they won't write their exams, which are starting next week, due to the failure of the department to pay what is due. Now, you may take it for granted, but for us, as the leadership, it's dangerous. I'm not protected like some generals and some of you, but it's known that I'm the chairperson of the portfolio committee that deals with military veterans. I'm exposed to any attack from military veteran, to any attack from disgruntled member, to any attack. I'm vulnerable. And there's no review or security analysis from you on some of us as members, including as the chair. So the only way you can save us from possible attack of disgruntled and frustrated military veterans is for you to start to deliver. It's for you to start to be accessible in terms of communication, because your incapacity poses a security threat to me. Because these people, they think it's me who's refusing to pay them. And yet I don't know all these challenges. So some of them I know, like in my township, they go to my mother's place, they come to my house. It's like a mesangoma. They wait for me. Like they know Friday there's a funeral in my neighborhood. I must be home. They will be around that funeral, bringing papers to me, this and that. I can't live properly and freely because of this challenge. So it's going to be important that we talk to communication. The issue related to whistleblowers of the department, intimidations which are raised, I think for operational purposes, we went to consult for a legal opinion. The legal opinion came from Parliament. They said, no, it's our prerogative as the committee to can call those whistleblowers. But I want to give the executive a chance. I will write to the executive and attach that information of whistleblowers for the executive to follow up on those things, because they involve intimidation, they involve corruption in the department, and it's from officials who work for the department, some even to the level of a chief director. So I think we must deal with it in that particular order, that the minister will give us feedback as a committee in terms of what is going to happen based on that information, because we need it to deal with some of these things. On the issue of filling of vacancies, I mean, we can only give you between this month and next month to conclude that process. Advertise between now, before end of October, and fill up the vacancies before end of November, so that we are clear on what needs to happen on this one of the filling of vacancies. The other one is to give us a proper report before end of the year, before we go for recess of December, on the database. On the database, we're not even aware that we've got 10,000 laptops that was going to deal with this project. So it means you have the tools of trade. You only need the personnel, and the personnel is there in DOD to can help you with this, so that we deal with this matter once and for all, of clearing of the database. But again, in an instance where there are bogus military veterans, can criminal cases be opened? People must never find it easy to undermine the state. People must know you either fear or respect the state. It cannot be a normal business, because these people who are corrupting our database, we are told that they are encouraged by some of you. These are cousins and relatives of some of our generals and some of our senior officials in the Defense Force. Now, if this is corruption to that level, we must act against it. I can't afford as a party to be synonymous with corruption, because now we are a revolutionary movement. So corruption and crime, it's a counter-revolution, because it's just opposed the purpose of why we were formed. So we can't own corruption. Those who are corrupt, whether from our ranks, whether general, nobody is insulated from accountability. Nobody has a special immunity not to be taken. Even a general of the Defense Force can be taken from a general to an orange overall. It must be clear. It happens even with us. Presidents are counting on pala. Ministers, some are arrested, and everybody gets arrested. So it can't be that you are insulated. We must act. And act very harsh, because corruption and crime is counter-revolution. I think on the issue of the human resource and its capacity, we are giving you also before December, just to come and tell us what have you turned around, whether you have appointed, what is outstanding, so that we do that thing. I forgot one point with the database. Honorable Mkongi is here. Honorable Mkongi, we agreed last time in your response to the committee that we'll embark on a provincial roadshow to visit each and every province, get all military veterans, and as part of decentralization, all of them, we must communicate with them that this is your contact in the province, this is the email, this is the responsible person, so that we hand it over, because as it is now, it's confusing. 13 years later, from 2011 to 2024. Now, we can't have excuses anymore to justify our act. So you made a commitment. So as part of the commitment, before we reach the recess in December, you will have to tell us, so that we inform the committee, that as the TM, you are going to go to this province, that's where you are starting. Proper communication must be made with all veterans. And we must make it clear that the Hawks and others will be there to ensure that those who are chance takers are taken. So that it must not be easy for us do as we wish and please. The issue related to disciplinary matters, I think that one also, you must come back to us before the end of the year and the recess in terms of what you have done. But I know, based on this negligence, you may be in trouble in terms of the disciplinary code. Because in all institutions, I don't know, do you have a disciplinary code? Is there a disciplinary code? There is a disciplinary code. Now, you are in breach of the disciplinary code. Because some of your cases dates back for years. Now, normally disciplinary codes gives you anything between 90 days and 180 days to conclude a case. Some even are clear that within 90 days, the case must have been prosecuted, run, and a proper verdict being given. So, if somebody, you suspended him in, what is this, 2024, you suspended him in 2019, and up until today you have not concluded the case, you are out. There's no labor court that will rule in your favor. You'll have to reinstate and recharge and follow your disciplinary code. Because if you don't follow your disciplinary code, you are in breach. Now, that will come to a point where we look like we are incompetent. We don't even know our policy and legislative architecture. Now, you must know that in a constitutional democracy, there are a number of democracies. There's a monarch democracy of the kings, which is largely applied in Britain and other European countries, as well as Lesotho and Swaziland in our case. Those are monarchs. Whether you say the king is a dictator or the king is what, the king is a supreme authority. That must be respected. It's a form of democracy. There's a parliamentary democracy, which parliaments, even in this country, it was used before 1994. Yeah, parliament had an authority even to set up state of emergency, even to kill or hang any citizen. Once the president, through a decree, through parliament, could arrest or hang. I know this building decided on the arrest of Chief Mairero, Chief Khaleshewe, and others, because at that time the Republic did not have high courts. So decisions were taken by our parliament through a decree. Now here we have a constitutional democracy. In a constitutional democracy, the state can be sued or litigated for negligence. Now, as the Defence Force, 27,000 South Africans die in the hands of criminals. Those families of 27,000 South Africans, they can bring a class action to sue the state because we have a Defence Force, we have a police, we have intelligence. So your negligence, even on veterans, can lead us to a possible litigation because somebody's kids are going to be fired. If this case was to be taken by Human Rights Commission, legal resources centers in universities, they can take us to the dry cleaners because of your ineptness and timidity. So we're going to request, we are begging you, because our system of democracy allows any citizen to bring a class action against the state. You can ask the Department of Health, you can ask the police, they are paying billions of rands for wrongful arrest, for chopping somebody's leg wrongfully, you pay. Even for the Defence Force or the military veterans to be clumsy like we are doing, very soon we will be sued. So we don't have to wait until that period. We need to turn around the situation so that we deal. The other thing is to provide leadership to other fraternal departments. We want a technical committee as the portfolio committee between yourselves and the Department of Human Settlement. Between yourself and Sectoral Education and Training Authority for our veterans to benefit. Between yourselves and Border Management Authority. As part of reducing cost of employees in the Department of Defense, we can supply the Department of Defense with some of our soldiers to go and assist as staff members of the Border Management Authority. It's repurposing of state expenditure without the state losing capacity, but without the state also losing finances. We can, if we succeed, to get back our national key points, put our special reserve forces, including some of the military veterans, to guard our national key points. You don't need somebody from Cape Town or Pretoria to guard power station in Mpumalanga. We have military veterans there who are part of your reserve force or Department of Defense reserve force. If we agree that all private companies that are in security, we will phase them out as the contract ends and we bring in our veterans. So that whoever was in the defense force before can go and guard a power station, guard the water reservoir, guard all our substations and power stations, without you having to suffer what we are going through now. Because some of these veterans will have to be paid through that money, and it will take out the burden from you. But it needs a collaboration between you and all those particular departments and those responsible for national key point, so that we can provide them with staff. We do have the staff. We have 78,000 soldiers, including our reserves. It goes to 100 and something thousand soldiers. So we have enough capacity that can be placed, even in our ports of entry, even to guard our railway, to guard our train stations, to guard all those things. It's just to how we review the role of the defense force going forward. So even the defense review, we agreed with you as a department that we want it by this month end. So that we explain there in your defense review what is going to be the future role of the defense force as a department and the role of the DMV in that particular aspect. I'm just showing you an example of national key points and everything. Saving treasury money, we can get in there, because I'm sure the state, through treasury, at Airports Company of South Africa, at ports of entry, at Transnet and Portnet, and all those institutions, were spending billions, which, if repurposed, can be brought to the defense force so that they improve the funding of the defense force. And it's the defense force that does that role. It's done like that anywhere in the world. This liberal democracy that we think we can apply in this country is not sustainable, because our borders are porous. We can't even account for 6 million people within our borders, yet we have a defense force. So we need to work on that particular point to deal with this thing. Well, on governance and risk matters from my notes, I think we also need to talk to that. We need to improve our audit outcomes in the next financial year. So you only have between today and end of March next year, when the financial year ends, to turn around the time, to reduce all governance instability and deal with risk management, so that we find time to deal with those things. The other one is of the integration of the supply chain processes. You are too loose, and yet you don't have senior managers. There are no senior managers, but tenders are approved. Supply chain is approved. So with the example that was made that a junior official signed for the appointment of a senior official, then it's clearly showing that some clerks there at the junior levels are approving supply chain management processes. So we need to deal with that particular matter also, of bringing one integrated supply chain process in the department, which will assist us, because we can't forever appoint and buy without a supply chain management plan, acting DG. We need a supply chain management plan. You need to tell us what we want to buy in this quarter, what we want to buy in the second quarter, in the third quarter, and the fourth quarter, and the dates and times of your bid committees. When are they going to see? It must not be as and when we wake up, we want 10,000 laptops, but we don't have a purpose of them. We buy them, the next thing they are stored, the next thing they are no longer 10,000, they are now 1,000, 9,000 is gone. We don't have a proper set register, so we don't know what happened to the 9,000. I'm just making an example. But these are some of the things we need to go and work on before December. So we want to, before December, to come back to us before we go for recess, to give us predictability and certainty in terms of the work we are doing. Because If there is no predictability and certainty, you are going to collapse your minister. You are going to fail your executive. And we are also going to request from them, because members were very clear, they must be hard on you. There is no free meal. That's why you are paid more than us, people who play oversight. You are paid more than us precisely because you are executive. You are bringing specialized skills in the department. But if it's you struggling, then we must even relook at your performance, including the remuneration and rewards we give to you. We must bring a new policy which can punish you for incompetence. So that you don't get a free meal. Now you are getting very lucrative salaries because we recognize your capacity and skill. It's not by mistake you earn more than the chair of the portfolio committee. It's because you are a CFO. You are a specialized financial person who's an expert. So you must earn more than me because it's understandable. We are rewarding your specialty. But if you can't do an audit action remedial plan, then I can't pay you full money. Half work, half pay. That's what must come in. We must make that policy so that you understand that there will be consequences for your failure to deliver on all the targets which are in the annual performance plan. We must bring performance appraisal in the department, Honorable Minister, so that our officials must not be entitled that even if they don't bring results, they will be rewarded the same. Because we are suffering the consequences here of lesser monies, but we work from 9 to 9 in the evening. But we can't complain. It's also work of patriotism and ensuring that we support our country. And please, acting DG CFO, you are senior managers now. At the level where you are, you have NQF level 7 in terms of qualification. Now, you have dealt with research and method. Now, somebody who has done research and method, that person can write a report, he can write a regulation, he can write a law, he can write procedure manual. So that's what we expect from you. And that's what we expect even from some of our generals, that they must write military law on other things to reduce what Auditor General raises in the statement as lack of controls. Controls are made through regulation. We don't have to amend the Act. The Act can be there as the supreme law, but we can make regulations, we can make policies, we can make standing orders, we can make procedure manuals, which you bring to us. We adopt them, we take them through the minister to Parliament, they get to be adopted as part of our response to the Auditor General. I'm worried that in our defense force we have not written a lot of military law, lot of regulations, lot of procedure manuals, lot of policy framework. We have left the defense force to be loose. I mean, in the AG report, they say in our department, Honorable Minister, there are 78 points of supply chain. Now, in 78 points, it means 78 generals or 78 generals with colonels can decide whether to buy boots, whether to buy bread. And part of the problem that we found from Treasury report is that bread in the defense force is bought in different prices. There are instances where it's bought for 20 rand in one military base, in another military base it's bought for 50 rand, in another military base it's bought for 70 rand. I'm not sure how much were these laptops bought for in your department. I'm sure these laptops, one of them outdated, may cost us over 30,000 rand if we have spent over 90 million on them. So that's what it comes to. So what are the capacities of these laptops which can help us to create a database and get a proper database? It's a matter and a question for another one. But the executive is there. We don't want to usurp the powers of the executive. The minister and deputy ministers are there. They must match you. The honeymoon is over now. On our side, we are working to get the executive to bring us a performance appraisal policy, where you must know you will not get your full salary or your bonus if you don't perform. Or either we must talk to the Department of Public Service to help us in that regard, because we've got personal numbers. We must take you for performance appraisal, because we can't collapse under your watch when we pay you so much and yet we get so little. So those are some of the points I thought we need to deal with, Honorable Minister. Then we would request the executive and the team to come back to us before the end of the year. The secretariat will talk to them to tell us when are you bringing the audit or the full-blown audit remedial action plan with proper deadlines, meetings and everything, responsible persons and everything, so that we deal with it once for all. I have heard that before the end of the month there will be another strat session. We encourage that so that you understand and also you get to understand what is the vision of your minister, because she's the leader of the department at an executive level. All of you are under a tutelage. You are obliged to respect it. I know Defense Force is one department where it's territorial, where a leader can be called a civilian by some incompetent official or general. That thing will never happen now. It's a thing of the past. You must tell those generals there's no civilian here. We are all leaders elected duly in a democratic elections. We are not under a military dictatorship. We are under a democratic dispensation. So there's no general, there's no official who's going to tell a minister or even a chairperson of a portfolio committee that you are a civilian. I chose another career path, so don't blame me because I've never blamed you. Be competent and deliver on your work. That's what we want from you. Because you must know also that none of the generals, none of the officials is insulated from accounting. Let me thank you. That's a summary related to the TMV, like as requested. I will give the minister.
Yeah, Chair, let me, I think, using our, I won't repeat the points you've made, but I think we also need to clarify a few issues so that we don't leave here with an impression, a wrong impression. The CFO is permanent, so just for the record. The HOD is appointed by minister. The mere fact that an HR gave them, handed over the letter from the minister does not mean the HOD has been appointed by HR. So I just thought I should clarify those few so that we don't leave with the wrong impressions. And indeed, Chair, we have taken note. Some of the points that we have raised would have been raised. But I'm sure you'll also be happy to hear that indeed we're advertising posts. We have, because before you advert, and we're going to do it stagnant because we had to take the senior ones. DPSA has to approve. They've sent us a letter approving, so we're advertising. You should see adverts of only the senior ones this time because we're waiting for them to approve the next batch of appointments because DPSA has to approve before you advertise. But I can assure you that the process is underway. The only reason, it's not even to talk back because I think some of the things, and it's a humble request. The last time you wrote me a letter, and it was very helpful if we get also a communication in writing, so that there's a common understanding of what are the things that are being said or are requested from us. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves in a situation to say, yeah, last time I did ask about jobs. And if you write to me, I'm going to ask you to say we have no business of creating jobs in the department so that we really don't find things arising which are not necessarily the right things to raise. So I just wanted to raise that, to make that humble request. But also, Chair, because it was also, and that's what is, I find it's forcing me to speak, that we disrespect the committee. Chair, I want to assure you, I have no reason to disrespect the committee or take the committee for granted. I want to assure members of the committee we have full respect for you, we hold you at high esteem, and we are ready to be accountable at all times. Because I did find that quite offensive, because I don't know what we would have said and done, which will then say that we disrespect the committee. But I also want to make this humble request, Chair, and not because of anything, to say, I think we also have the right to be given some minor courtesies, because if a member speaks to me and say, we are a 30% minister from education, I have the right to reply, and it's going to make the place rough, because I'm going to answer him and tell him what to get off. So I really request humbly that we treat each other with respect, we speak to each other with respect, and will say, Chair, with all the respect, I will not be able to tolerate any silliness directed at me. I won't do it next time. So I'm really requesting some courtesies from members and promise at all costs, Chair, that we will respect members, but we also are not willing to be to be taken for granted and disrespected. Particularly, maybe you can say to officials, I'm a politician like them, and I'll go toe to toe, and it won't work. The last point which I want to raise also and request, Chair, from your side, as I said, we'll take all the instructions you're giving us. You see, there are also issues, and you see that paragraph is very helpful because there is complete collapse of discipline also in that department. A person is suspended, pitches up at a meeting to say, I'm suspended and I'm here. Complete, I've never seen anything like that. And this thing is brewed by some of the members from here. You see what Member Carl repeats, saying, MK, he repeats exactly things that were raised in a meeting. For example, that he had said one member said, how can you do a strategic plan without MK? And I did say to that person, when I am a teacher, no, that's what he repeats. And he says he's a stakeholder. That person is a stakeholder. I said, does it
Honourable
mean that...
Minister, you are protected by the chair.
Oh, thanks, Chair.
Yeah,
Thank
can you proceed?
Does it mean that if I was in education doing a strategic plan, I have to call learners and say, we are stakeholders, let's plan together? I just said, and I explained to that person to say, we're a new administration, we have a new mandate of the GNU, which is a consolidation of different parties which run government, and we need to align our work. I don't know where the stakeholders come, but I say, Chair, which is a problem. And you can hear Member Kelly, he's an insider. And Buffett, you see, some of the difficulties here are brewed from outside the department. There's not only collapse in terms of working, there's also complete collapse in terms of management. Because there are people who are really steering problems in the department. They're untouchable. And whoever has said so many things which were said inside a meeting of the department, he comes and repeats and confirms my suspicions that there is lots of manipulation. So I'm, again, humbly requesting, Chair, that we'll avail ourselves at any time, but also let's not overreach. Yeah, he's got corridor stories, calls people. I just don't know. I mean, you do oversight through the chair. People can't just pitch up at Wadima passaging and then and we answer it. I think it's a problem, Chair. But I will write to you. I'm just making a humble request to say, respect to Chair, completely, absolute respect. But we're humbly also asking that you also get these courtesies also extended to us. And I think it's not too much of an ask. So we have taken notes, we will follow up, Chair. And I'm really grateful that these deadlines and also so that we can also identify where we have difficulties to say, we're dependent on public works. I'm told we're supposed to have moved the building 2018. We still have not gotten a request. So we'll also do that because it will also help us so that you can also help us on our side to say, let's get some of these things the department assisted with. Some of the things they have to do are out of their control. And maybe even review some of the policies. Because the head in me, I don't know how you agreed on transport. Some of the decisions were just impossible decisions. There's no viable public transport in the country. And to say you're going to, but it's things that when you write to us, then we can be able to engage much more deeper, but also explain other matters that are not there. And can still reassure you, Chair, because there are other questions to say who signed, when, where there are no people. And that's what we're saying. If you have an acting HOD, only one CFO, everybody is vacant. Somebody who is acting has the right to sign. So it's not as if life doesn't go on. So there were people who have signed. In terms of the ones who were signing, who was signing, these matters are under SIU, comrade, member, in the interest of those gandas and who signed. It's the matter that is before the SIU, so I won't be able to answer it to say who signed. But I'm told we have to bring gandas which are under SIU, and I think it's a problem. So, but if you write to us, we'll be able to explain where we have difficulties to explain. But thank you very much, Chair. I thought I should just raise this matter about disrespect.
Thank you very much. I would not want us to further engage on this matter. Safe to say that you'll have to come back to us before the end of the year on remedial actions that you have brought on this particular matter. But part of the things is the review of the legislative architecture of the department. Because there seem to be no controls, but the problem is also from you in your inability to develop policy. Now, because we have NQF level 7, we expect you to have research and method. So somebody at that qualification must be able to can write a report. So unless somebody wrote it for you, then you are incapable. But if you wrote it yourself, that training is there. So let's deal with it. We'll then go to our next item, is the CCB annual report. So let's allow them to come and present. If we can summarize so that immediately after you are done, it's lunchtime and we leave. We're disrupted. We're supposed to be done by the meeting now. So we went out for 45 minutes. Yeah, without any clarity. So I'm sure we'd have finished long time ago. And yeah, let me thank you, DMV, for your presentation and for the way forward. Okay.
No, just maybe just to give a status of why we are proceeding with the CCB, because there seems to be that maybe members are expecting to respond, and we've made a ruling that we're going to take a remedial or a turnaround or whatever they may coin it as such, that strategy is the one that we are going to consider with timelines, with responsible people, as to how they are going to respond to the challenges that reflect on the AG, including in their own reports. Because responding to the questions now won't assist, because we want to have a document that will assist us in measuring progress that is going to be done by the department moving forward. So if you respond now, we are not going to do justice, because you will come back and will hold you accountable on something that is not on paper. So it has to be on paper, it has to be agreed upon, so that when we move forward, we are working on the basis of the turnaround strategy. Not necessarily verbatim responses that will be covering stuff that is not necessarily going to be assisting us moving forward, Chair.
It's your, can you press the mic for the record?
Thank you, Chair. I was expecting that the officials from the department were going to respond, because I'm looking now, say, even after the presentation, so it means, the presenter will not respond. But my request, Chair, to avoid, something like we are, fighting with one another. Chair, the submissions that were made, to the Deputy President to be discussed in the presence of the Minister, maybe we'll get the answers on that, because I can see now it becomes emotional what we are discussing here. I request, Chair, that if within your right, to check if the Minister has received that submission from the Deputy Minister, and if they have looked to it, when can we have time, to get the responses on those, submissions? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. 2 points. The first one is I'm not apologizing for bringing information from the inside. We've got the right to do so. Information is brought to us. It's being brought to this committee. It's my duty to do so. Secondly, Chair, please, we need to reschedule this meeting with the Castle Control Board. The meeting was scheduled until 1 o'clock. I don't want to use the word of the Minister disrespectful and have to leave the meeting during an important presentation. But I've got a flight that is scheduled for 3 o'clock that I must catch because I must address a memorial service this afternoon in Johannesburg. So under the circumstances, I ask you kindly, let's stick to the times that we have scheduled for meetings because we also plan our programs in accordance with those schedules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Niaus. But I would not want us to discuss much. All of us are aware that there was an evacuation order that had almost an hour of our time when we were outside. So I'm sure by now would have been done had it not been of that. So it's not like it's a negligence from our side. So I would request that we summarize so that we allow the Council Control Board to present, because it's not also their mistake that we miss the time of their presentation. Honorable Ate?
Chair, you will recall that I also addressed the same issue last week, Wednesday. You see, we go through all these motions and then members get the opportunity to put questions, which actually requires responses, and then there are no responses, and then we move on, and then next week we go into the same ritual. This actually then becoming a talk shop, which is now also televised. But there are crucial questions being put, and if there's no and it was not responded to, and if there's no undertaking, like we requested and agreed last week, that responses should be forthcoming before the end of the month, I would like you to rule then the same on that, so that the Secretariat formalize the questions, send it within a day or so to the department, and so that we can get the responses. Otherwise, why do we have an opportunity to put questions?
When taking Honorable Pluggy?
Chair, I think you must not allow this precedent, Chair, in the meeting. When you've made a ruling, you open it up for discussion again. Because you've made a ruling as the chairperson of this portfolio committee. And therefore, we must respect it, even if we are not happy with it. So, Chair, I think you've made your ruling. We will get our responses from the department. It's not that you've said we're not going to get responses. You've said we are going to get responses on paper, on a clear program. And I think, Chair, that should be the closing of that part of the meeting, and we go to the next point. If other matters want to be addressed, members must write to you in written questions so that they can also be processed to the department.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hala.
To ask a permission from you to leave, as he's saying that he's attending a memorial service in Pretoria, not for us to cancel this meeting. Thank you.
All right. No. Honorable Niels, I think let's proceed so that we don't respond to. Yeah. Can we allow the Council Control Board?
Yeah, Honourable Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. Honourable members, Minister and Deputy Minister who just left now, other colleagues, thank you for the opportunity. I am here with my acting chairperson, Advocate Dave Mitchell, and the CFO, Mr. Mandlam Kebu. They don't sit far away to distance themselves from me. They are there to support what we present, Chairperson. So, as per the brief, we will briefly take you through the annual report that we promised in terms of the annual performance plan last year, and then we will go through the audit report, the highlights of the audit report, and our responses to the audit report. The Auditor General has already finished the audit 3 months ago, so by now I will give you an update on some of the actions that we have taken to deal with the issues that the Auditor General has raised. Then I will quickly go through the programs and our performance against predetermined objectives. We will look at the budget and the financial performance, areas that require some attention, and then we will conclude, Chairperson. I was thinking that the committee, when the alarms went off, the committee will go to the castle because this is the this is the SCOPA meeting, or the meeting of one of the committees in the Center for Memory, Healing and Learning. So next time I will invite you in this honourable committee to have the meeting on that side, Chairperson. Quickly, because it's a new committee, the vision of the council is that we should be a centre of global significance that embodies the social, cultural, military, and other social history, so to make it genuinely accessible to all citizens, not of this country only, of course, but of the world. Given that, given our history of colonialism, armed colonial conquest, the issue of mercantile capitalism, that the connection of the castle is with all of the trading ports around the world and the connection that we have with them, Chairperson. Then our mission, quickly, is to be a public service, a service-oriented public entity, a Schedule 3A entity, that's built on an internationally recognized cultural and heritage brand for Ubuntu, dialogue, nation building, and human rights recognition. And it has become a guaranteed development of a smooth functioning, self-sustaining, must-see, iconic, both tourism and learner destination. And after COVID, we are now again hosting about 35,000 learners from all over the country, and even from SADC countries, to come to the castle of Good Hope, Chairperson. Then also, obviously, to optimize our tourism potential, because we do have a revenue arm, and we try to sustain that revenue arm so that we don't rely too much on public funding to function, to fund our operational expenditure. But when we get to the budget, I will explain that a little bit more. But more significantly, Chairperson, we are located between two World Heritage sites, Robben Island Museum, Robben Island, and the Table Mountain UNESCO World Heritage Site. So we're in between. So we've put a proposal or a submission together that must go to the Minister of Environmental Affairs, and we'll take it through this committee, that we relaunch our application to become a UNESCO World Heritage Site for various reasons that obviously for time we can't explain it in this committee meeting. So our values is to be striving for service, for quality and service excellence, to operate with honesty and dignity, to respect for the diversity in military, cultural and social history, to work with genuine collaborative partnerships, whether it's with this committee, with the other departments. We work with all of our, connected embassies and consulates, and to really build that partnership relationship. And then to have genuine community and industry inclusivity, and to act with fiscal responsibility, accountability, transparency, and sustainability. Then just a general introduction. Our mandate comes from the Castle Management Act. So the institution...
Honourable CEO,
yeah.
Can we go to...
One back?
Can we go to our responses to the Auditor General?
Okay, I'll jump in there. Right. So I'll jump in the audit outcomes. Thank you, Chair. So I'll jump right into, over the past MTF, medium-term expenditure framework, we've achieved 3 clean audits and 2 unqualified audits. So this year it was also an unqualified audit. And the reasons for that qualification, in summary, is 48,614. So that was what the Auditor General identified as not complying with supply chain management prescripts, and they are set out in the following thing. So normally this will not be public document. This we extracted from the management letter that they write to management. But for purposes of total transparency, we bring it here so that you can see what are the kind of things that has led to this. And mostly, if you look in column 3, is because they didn't have the the supplier's database registration form. It's called the SBD4 form, or their tax matters, their tax certificate was not up to date. But all of those suppliers, the CFO and the chairperson must help me out, are now compliant. So even if we don't use them this year, they are compliant to be used by other state or other entities, Chairperson. Can I go quickly into the programs? So we have 4 programs. The one program is administration, and in this particular program, Honourable Chair and members, there's been 100% achievement in terms of our objectives. These deals with your submission of your quarterly reports, submission of your annual report, submission of your APPs, etc. Deals with all of these. I would say accountability and its administration of the entity. Still, program 3. This deals with the quarterly reports. I've spoken about the quarterly financial reports and the my own employment contract. What's happening now that most of these submissions are now online. The National Treasury has now an online system, QRS system, where we simply submit them a day or two before the deadline. So of all of them, there's been no deviation from our deadlines, Chairperson. Then for me, there's last one, the percentage of payment of our service providers. Now we've set ourselves a 95% target. Actually, we've achieved 100. There's not one single supplier that supplied us with a service or goods that we haven't paid within 30 days of them submitting the receipt. And we want to keep it there because we are a small entity, so our procurement quantums are very small. So we don't want to contribute towards small-scale suppliers not making it, and within a year or two, you find out that they're no longer in business anymore. So it's very important that we make that point. Then program number 2, Chairperson, is the maintenance program, and we have spoken to our colleagues in the DOD. It's mostly, this overachievement is mainly due to the deployment of about 8 artisans, 2 electricians, one plumber, and a couple of carpenters and painters from the Regional Works Regiment. Now, since the beginning of the new financial year, they have been withdrawn, but we are discussing with the new officer commanding of the base and with the new chief of logistics that's been newly appointed, that we just bring them back because they tap breaks here, a window open here. So it's important that we do sustain that kind of maintenance of this building, which is a 358-year-old building. So it needs continuous maintenance and day-to-day, repairs, Chairperson. Then in terms of the number of tangible heritage projects, it is, as I say, it is a national heritage site. So there's not a lot that you can add onto the building. You can't just simply add with going through a rigorous process with the South African Heritage Resources Agency, but we've managed to add some additional heritage projects into the castle. Then non-commercial events, we have many events. In fact, as I'm speaking here, there are language classes happening there. There's an art exhibition happening there. So a lot of the community members now select the castle as a safe space to have their cultural events. And it ranges from women groups, it ranges from military veteran groups, the entire spectrum of people who use the castle as a venue to have their events, whether it's educational, cultural, and likewise. Program 3 deals with tourism, and that's for us a very important program because it's the revenue, it generates revenue for us. So in the first year after COVID, when the President had the Armed Forces Day at the castle, he asked me the question, how many visitors did you get last year? I told him 14,000. So COVID has really decimated our numbers. And now we can proudly say we're getting back to our 100+ numbers. It's not the 125,000, 135,000 that we had the year before, or even at our peak, the 175,000. But you can clearly see, although we haven't achieved our target, it's the only target that we haven't achieved, we are above that magical figure of 100,000 people coming through the doors, the green doors of the castle, Chairperson. Then I want to talk a little bit of point number 2, which is the revenue. As you know, after COVID, the department has given us a operational subsidy, but there's an agreement that that will be phased out gradually and eventually over this MTSF, it will completely phased out, and then we need to simply rely on tourism income and events and filming that we host at the castle to generate our own income to sustain our operations at the Castle of Good Hope. Then the number of commercial events. Commercial events, I have some images. I will show you what they are. Film and fashion shows. Some of the members would know that the Women King was shot on location. The remaking of Roots, the classic Roots series was done at the castle. Umbrella Man. A lot of the kind of Hollywood movies has been shot on location at the castle because of the integrity of the building and the kind of background that the building offers. We have not optimized yet our revenue. I know if they go to if a film company goes to Robben Island, they charge them hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Ours is much more lenient, but certainly we would look at a model where they pay for the value that they extract from us, using us as a film location chair. Then the number of tourism infrastructure upgrades, like the heritage upgrades, there's very little that you can do on a site like this unless you go through all the consultations and heritage permissions to add something because it's a national heritage site. If we go to a UNESCO World Heritage Site, then you can almost do nothing to the building because you are tied into those heritage conventions, Chair. Marketing initiatives, we've managed to, where we enter into agreements with tour operators who are maybe in the Chinese market or the American market or whatever market, for us to be, to be visible in those markets, given that we have very little money for budget for marketing. Our last program is very critical also, because it is the number of people that we bring in who cannot afford the 50 Rand entry or the 25 Rand or the 8 Rand. The events that we organize for women, the disabled, the unemployed, and traditional communities, and we can do much more, but at least we have, achieved our target that we set for ourselves, threefold almost, Chairperson. And then we have a program for military veterans. Again, we can do more, and we work with the Department of Military Veterans for the military veterans in the vicinity, so that they have their meetings, debriefings, and some of the cultural events. And we hope by 16th of December, we hope to have at least the elements of a museum dedicated to the liberation struggle of all SADC countries, not only of South Africa, but SWAPO, of Namibia, and all of the other liberations movements in the. So this is one of the commercial events. This is Dukanflick. We had another version of that on Sunday. I didn't include the clip, but it's about 2,000 and 1,800 to 2,000 people who convene on the front courtyard of the castle, and they bring their picnic baskets, and there's live music. I think Ringo was there. Ringo Mandla was there on Sunday, full capacity. There's not a mouse that can walk through the crowd, Chairperson. They're bringing in the community to take control of a former space of armed colonial conquest, the apartheid army, and slavery. This is just some of the media coverage. The media is treating us very well. In fact, I skipped that slide. I didn't highlight that point. The point just under media coverage. No, it's on here. Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry for me for running back. It is there. Out of 8 billion people in the world, through our media coverage in social media, online, television, radio, newspapers, we've reached 1.26 billion of people. For a small organization like us, it is independent. It's not us that's doing this, for independent measuring that, it's quite an achievement. It gives us free marketing and free public publicity, Chair. Some other media coverage, the role of the castle in especially the Khoi and the San community. Then the summary of the financial performance. As I always say, we are about a 10 million rand organization, broken down the programs, programmatic. Because we are service-orientated organizations, most of that goes into admin and into salaries. The tour guides, the people who repair the castle, the frontline staff, the administration staff, but we really hope to generate more money so that we pay attention to programs number 2, which is the preservation and protection, and maximizing the tourism potential also of the organization. You'll see it's very little money that we spend on there. We want to increase that, to increase our impact and give content to the slogan, taking the castle to the people and bringing the people to the castle. Then, in terms of the budget that we said we will set out at the beginning of the year, and what we spend to underspend, you'll see we more or less on track of what we set out for ourselves we will spend, and what we actually spend. So I think we manage a tight ship, and I'm not saying that 48,000 of irregular expenditure is not insignificant. In the context of that, it's so significant, but we have promised the Minister and this committee that we will cut that down significantly, because the year before it was 139,000, and we've cut it significantly down to 45,000. I know a day after the audit report, the CFO took his staff in to say that the Auditor General is not happy with this irregular expenditure, and that they should hunt for those tax compliance certificates in the SBD forms, so that it's also our role to make our suppliers compliant, to help them to become compliant. Then there's some cleaning of the moat. Our human resource allowed, it's a small organization, 25 full-time people, and then we have here and there we bring in short-term contract staff and interns that we also remunerate. In the middle, the employment equity breakdown. So we have the full-time, I've only broken down the full-time staff. So we have 4 African females, 4 colored females, 12 African males, 3 colored males, and 1 disabled person that's African female that's also in that category, chairperson. So salary bill the year before was 5.6, and it's 6.2, mainly due to cost of living increases. We don't pay bonuses or any performance-related stuff. In fact, we didn't do this over the past 5 years, chairperson. Then, I think I've spoken about this, the transfer of the 6 million that will be phased out in this, not in the MTSF, not over the 5 years, in the 3 years, in the MTEF, the medium-term expenditure framework. It will be phased out, Chair. Then some of the cultural events, some of the Khoi events, some of the, we host a lot of the pro-Palestinian functions, because there's very few safe spaces in the city where they can do it. So they would convene there either before a march or before a protest. And every year we also host the Nakba, the 1948 Nakba Palestinian, the catastrophe event at the castle. Nakba. Yeah, Nakba. Then some of the previous, and Balama has helped me, we've highlighted the committee's research issues. There's the issue of the one castle, one controlling body, because there are 3 entities at the castle. The SANDF has a presence there. Then Ezekiel Museums has a historic presence because of the old museums. And then we have us as the castle control board. So there's this, I don't think there's tension, but I just think when people knock on the door and say who is going to answer, there need to be one voice to do that. And then we had some complaints in the past of the SNDF guards, but that's been, lastly arrested. There's no more feedback from the public of ill discipline or whatever. And then I've spoken about the decreasing surplus and the phasing out of the operational subsidy from the department. So in conclusion, the board, and I speak on behalf of the acting chairperson, want to build and maintain this relationship of openness and of debate and of engagement with this committee and with the ministry. We thank you for your support, and if the support continues, we can certainly sweat this $500 million equity that it sits in the council, sweat it even more, and ensure that there's genuine empowerment and economic development, but also cultural empowerment for the CCB to make it a true voice of, that brings hope and nation building to our country. I think if you look at the issue that I think I didn't highlight, it was highlighted somewhere, the issue of the homeless community on the outside, that tomorrow there's a court order for them to vacate voluntarily tomorrow from the front of the council, which I know will not happen, and then the sheriff of the court will probably, so I'm just briefing the minister in this committee, there will be drama because it's a very tight-knit community. So the court order says they must vacate tomorrow. I know that they won't vacate voluntarily, so in the next 48 hours after tomorrow, there will be some drama around the council. Thank you very much, Chairperson and members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. That is the presentation from the Council Control Board. I will allow members to pose questions. We can start with you, Honorable Niels, because you still have to go to the airport.
Thanks, Chair, but in respect of your ruling, you saw I went out and I managed to reschedule my flight and make arrangements for the event for tonight. I don't want to say much about the details of what you've presented, because I think the position of myself and my party is clear that we don't believe that government should give a cent to the castle. The castle is a colonial relic, and if the castle is to exist, which I think is in itself questionable, it should exist on its own commercial ability. Some of the other events that you referred to with regards to events such as the Palestinian events and others, those events can take place in many different environments. There is no need for it to take place of necessity within that space of the castle. The castle continues to be first and foremost a colonial relic, which was the first military structure that was built by the colonists in this country in order to fight the indigenous people. And I don't believe a cent of taxpayers' money should be used for it. But I want to state it, Chair, as a categorical position. I don't think we need to debate it, because I know, for instance, the Chair and myself disagree on this topic.
Yes.
So we do disagree, that's fine. We can agree to disagree. But I am under obligation, as I'm here representing my party, to state the official position of my party, that not a single cent should go to the castle and what the castle historically represents. And all of those other activities, which I think to a large extent are done for PR to make this funding of the castle acceptable, can happen elsewhere. It is not a place which is of necessity supposed to be there for those activities. The castle, and with this I conclude, Chair, is a colonial relic which should not continue to be supported, full stop. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me first comment, the work that is being done by the Council Control Board. To me, we may come with a different criticism, but I can see the benefit to having that Council Control place there, where we have people who are employed and having food on the table because of that Council Control Board. So I think, while, we have problems for smaller things that have been highlighted, but it's very, very important that we do our best to maintain and keep the jobs of the people that are there. And also considering that most, of the money that is being used there is generated by you to ensure that those people who are there do not lose, their jobs. You know, we have, if I look at the report here, there's something that I think, I heard the minister spoke about the ill-disciplined staff. I can see in your report that there is sort of a continuous ill-discipline by some of the staff, and there's continuous sort of giving warnings to those people, which I think, there is a lack of, action to be taken to those staff. Because people must understand that when they're employed, they have to do the work. Sorry, to refer to the minister, but it's shocking to see that, there is a staff that will come and say, you suspended me, but I'm here at work. You know, as a person responsible, that goes to more staff and you lose the control, and you have a situation where the department becomes dysfunctional. So I would suggest maybe, as the recommendation, that you look to that and see if, the action is taken to those people who are not complying and helping in the department. But surely I can say those things that you'll be able to correct. And thanks for the well presentation. Thank you.
Chief Whip. Yeah, you can take over, Chief Whip. No, thank you. Of course, in light of the historical traumas in not too distant the history of the castle and the colonial settlers, of course, will have reservations. We can't wish away the history. We can't wish away the pain and the suffering our people endured since the 6th of April, 1652, 6 a.m., and the recurrent activities that may have ensued subsequent to the arrival of the settlers. But in relation to the reports that are given by CCP, I think it's the only institution aligned to the department that seems to be doing some form of work. Having attained an unqualified audit, giving regular reports. But what I would want to understand, because it seems to be normacy in these institutions, the issue of procurement. The issue of procurement, basic tenets of financial management, or there's this compliance issues. Why would you award contracts to entities that are not tax compliant? That on its own raises a lot of questions, because all of us are binded by the laws, and all of us ought to be paying tax, because that's how government generates revenue, through direct and indirect tax. And who is responsible for that, and where was the action taken against those individuals? And the issues of consistent, it's the second financial year where we find irregular expenditure. For such a small institution, those things would be easy to manage and deal with. And if it's recurrent, then clearly someone deliberately does these things and would want a response on that. And on that as well, there is a request for an additional 6 million. And now, the additional 6 million vis-a-vis the under expenditure, do we really have to consider such? Because we are not really utilizing the funds that are already allocated now, and we want more funds. Should we consider such, and why should we consider such, and for what purposes? Because it says operations, and which is very vague. Just give detail into that, what the 6 million is for. and I mean, maybe give some form of insight that the reduction of the utilization of the castle itself for other revenue generation activities like your shootings and the bookings of the place, because that there is a reflection that you are not necessarily spending the money that is allocated for the promotion of the castle. And that should have been, in fact, your biggest focus in promoting the castle, so that you then be able to attract more business to generate revenue for the castle, and also the attraction of tourists that are your primary market share or targeted audience. So why are you not utilizing this money? I would require that you respond to that. In the declaration, according to the AGSA findings, that the suppliers that you normally utilize, they don't declare that some of them are even employed by the state. So your internal due diligence and your internal controls ought to be improved, and it also again goes back to the question: are there actions taken against those that are continuously benefiting or not giving information to supply chain on purposes of procurement for goods and services? So are there those do you have those internal controls? And that, remember, you can't award if you don't receive the necessary documents, right? So what criteria and processes are utilized so that we can measure vis-a-vis the standard practice, the basic tenets of financial management? So it would require such, because it seems like there are not clear protocols in supply chain. I think so.
As we summarize,
we have a tendency of intimidating me, but it's fine.
So what is a small institution, but you are taking big time.
No, it's fine. I give it's based on the presentation, so it was a quite lengthy on its own. So, what exact positions are currently not staffed at CCB, so that we get a sense on that. I think, let me pause here, Chair, because I still have a lot, but of course some will send in writing, so that we also give other members an opportunity to weigh in into what we have presented. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip.
As an omission, because it can cause you to have a qualification. As a result, you're unqualified with matters of emphasis. And then on the issue of the castle, on the issue of security in particular, because even though the castle has that colonial connotation, but now that it is being used, cultural site, heritage site, attracting tourists. So it's also contributing to the tourism investment of the country. Maybe we need to improve on the security, as you can see that some of the people, they fear those squatters and other people, if you can be sure. I know, Ikuba, you are saying that you depend to the handout from the department and national treasury, but the security will need to improve on it, so that site, for me, I like the site because it is there, even though it has that colonial things. But if we can change those, especially those sites, so that all our history, where do we come from? We have those memorials for our generation to come. And the history must be told inside those sites like this castle. Then I'm saying that we need to improve on that security. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. This is our smallest entity that we are looking at, the 2 departments and the 3 entities, but this is our flagship entity. I would like to thank the Castle Control Board for that. Well, there's no place for complacency, obviously, don't smile too wide, but thank you for that. I see there is a significant under expenditure. This is certainly, it's not a savings under expenditure. Money, you had money that you could have used much better. So I need some explanation for the under expenditure. Then one of the output indicators is the number of tourists, which is, yeah, I think that's the only way you can actually test it. But my question is, if we look at your expenditure on tourism promotion down to 2,666 rand per month, I think you should be extremely happy that you actually have more than 100,000 visitors, because if you look at marketing, this must be one of Cape Town's best kept secrets. You are certainly not marketing the castle. Unless there's something that I don't see. I don't see, if there's a marketing plan, I would like to see that. But how can you generate that type of income and not even spend a fraction of the income on marketing this massive asset that you have? And having said that, and having heard what my colleague has said, yes, I think it's better to fight for a better future than for a better history. And to have a better future, this should be marketed. And you've got massive potential. To spend 32,000 on tourism promotion is actually shocking. So a lot else has been said. So the only 2 things that I have is what I've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, how does the CCP plan to ensure long-term financial sustainability? And I would also like to know, was the additional funding of 6 million for the current year obtained? Why would CCP need additional funding when you consider the significant underspending over the past 2 years? How does the entity plan to secure the perimeter fence, as that is a safety risk? I'd like to know why rental income decreased in the year under review as compared to the previous year. It dropped a bit. And also what is contained in other income. Chair, what could be the reasons for not meeting the target on reducing irregular expenditure? The Auditor General made the same repeat findings. I would like to know what steps are in place to ensure that CCB uses suppliers who comply with the requirements, and also to find out, has any consequence management been applied in relation to irregular expenditure? Thank you, Chair.
Can you press for the record? I forget also.
There's no plan on how do we want to take the castle forward without expecting funding from the government itself. Remember, this is an entity that can also raise funds on its own. I don't see a plan on that one. And then the 48,000 might look minute as a small total, but if you do it concurrently, it will become a norm. It will become something that we can do every year. It's a non-matter. I know, and I maybe understand where you are coming from, but we cannot, when something becomes a concurrent issue, we want to say, it's 48,000. Your money in general is small, so you must actually cut every penny that we give to you. So it's important that you deal with these irregularities and maybe help the entities that you are working with, that they become compliant. There is a way of helping them to become compliant if you want to use them. But we must not come and say 48,000, because last year it was also a small amount, but it was also captured that it was irregularly spent. So that is just my two concerns. The dwelling issue, I don't know, Chair. You say that there will be issues tomorrow. What is the real plan forward if the action is going to impact on your visitors, your events, and so forth and so on, starting tomorrow? I know how those dwellers can become not rough, and you'll have to for about 2 to 3, 4 months. How will you deal with your tourists if they begin to do that? Because I know it's not your issue, it's a municipality issue, the dwellers issue, but it's going to have an impact on yourself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Before we give you to respond, I would agree that the significance of the Castle Control Board to continue with its mandate. What we need to balance, Honorable Minister, is to balance the Castle Control Board with the history of the wars of resistance, the battles of resistance, the rebellion of resistance. Because before this place was called Cape Town, it was called in a Khoi name called Karahais. Yeah, and the first liberation fighter.
I think the 13,
Yeah?
House 13.
NCOP.
Oh, yeah. So when this place was called Karahais, there was a leader of the Khoi called Henry de Strand Loper. Yeah, who fought with the Dutch and was defeated. And later this castle of yours was built. And there is a story among the story which was done orally, that underneath that castle there are bones of some of the people of Henry de Strand Loper. But those wars of resistance, you take them up to the current massacres and agree that government must build another museum that responds to what is in the castle based on the Wars of Resistance rebellion. It was in the Wars of Resistance, after the Anglo defeated the Dutch in the Cape, one of the heritage buildings they brought, the Anglos, is this one where we are. Yeah, this complex where we are, where we call Parliament, it was built by Sir John Roots when he was the governor of the Cape Colony in 1885, when Britain, through the discovery of gold and diamonds, they wanted to pull up their things. They defeated the Dutch the first time that time before they went for the Anglo-Boer War. And the Dutch left the Cape Colony to go north to what was called later Free State and Transvaal. Now, all these things, we need to capture them properly without denouncing or hating any of our history, because that's our heritage. That's where we come from. We can't wish it away. I understand that we may be pained, but it cannot be the case. It's like some of us, the way we're tortured, we are under medication at a very young age. But I can't say because I was tortured, I hate everybody who was part of the system. So I think we need to find a way to balance these things. So what we can do is through the CCB, bring a model like a CCB that talks to the history of the heritage of the liberation struggle, the wars of resistance and rebellion, so that that history is also properly captured and it's archived and properly saved, because there are Anglo-Zulu wars, Anglo-Xhosa wars, the Polokwane rebellion where the Botswanas and the Batlaping fought against the English for the diamonds of Kimberley, which later led to the imprisonment of Kgosi Toto and Kgosi Kgalishif, which were among the first political prisoners. And those people were not sentenced to a court, they were sentenced in these buildings, because there was no high court at that time in the country. So if we can balance just that, so that we don't have some part of our history being lost and others feeling aggrieved or disenfranchised, or that being half-hearted on the possibility of the history. So we need to expand. And I agree that you must also pursue that castle becoming a World Heritage Site, because many of the counterparts of this building in Latin America are heritage sites. Some of them, even West Africa, are heritage sites. The route of slave trade, it's a UNESCO heritage site. So we need to also pursue this one to become a World Heritage Site, so that once it's listed, we know it can be self-sustainable. So it will not need government, because once it's UNESCO, we know there are heritage institutions globally that gets funding, and it can be properly cushioned by those funds. But also, it can also apply on its own through the National Lottery Commission funds for self-sustainment. So we don't have to pursue and continue funding it. Once we can win the UNESCO one, we are done. I'm sure we must pursue that one, so that we can continue with others. Honourable Minister, let me give over to you before.
No, Chair, I'm not responding. I'm just adding to the point that you're making and say if members have not had the opportunity to visit the castle, I'll encourage them to. It's such a beautiful space, and the way it's been transforming, I think can help people understand and appreciate the castle now as compared to. So I was just saying if members could take the time, if they have guests, just go and visit the castle. It's a very enriching and a very great place to be. So I just wanted to say that.
So I'm sure for the purpose of the request of the minister, can I rule that our next committee meeting must go to this castle? Yeah, can I rule that the next committee meeting must go to the castle? So next time, can you avail the castle for us, just for this exercise? We can start our committee meeting there and have 1 hour of briefing and talk as a committee, just to get the understanding of what the minister is requesting us to do. So that, so you are also invited, Honourable Niehaus. I'm sure in the castle you see who was the first Niehaus who came from Netherlands to South Africa. So, yeah, you'll benefit also. Yeah. Oh, you have been there.
I've been there. I'm talking from experience.
Oh, you know who was the first house to arrive? Okay.
No, I've seen those cells where people who were arrested by the colonists were held.
Okay, no problem. We'll deal with that one.
Some sentence here and one here.
Yeah. Yeah, but you must not say we must defund that institution and fund parliament, because the same other colonial building that was built by Cecil John Rhodes, we are renovating it. We are refurbishing it after fire. So we must stop that project according to Honorable House. Yeah, but we can't proceed in that way of stopping project. Can we proceed with this project?
Thank you. I think, Chairperson, you and the Minister has dealt with the curatorial philosophy of decoloniality, etc. And your ruling on having this committee meeting there is covering my response through you.
You are not allowed to enter into political space. That's our space.
That's what I'm trying to say.
You are not elected. You are a CEO appointed.
Yeah.
That's your limitation.
Thank you, sir.
Deal with what it's within your limits.
Yeah, thank you.
Leave the rest to us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Don't respond to Honorable House.
Thank
because
you.
We'll have to arrest you.
But yeah, thank you. So from the point of view of Honorable Shelembe, the issue of the warnings that you referred to, it was 2 staff members, general workers, who were warned because they were involved in metal theft. We also then, when they didn't respond, we then took the case to the police. And when the police can't find them, and we can't find them, so they no longer in our employ. So they self, what do you call it? Themselves. They quitted. They're gone. So they terminated self-employment. It's the first time that I work in an organization where people without a disciplinary just took themselves away from that honorable member. So that deals with that. The tax compliance, the issue, Mandla, maybe you can come in there, but I want to make 2 points about that. That because we are a small organization, we have a procurement plan, but we often have, we send out a RFQ, a request for quotations, or a tender. And the big service providers rarely respond. They barely respond to our thing because we're small fry for them. Then we often have to do plan B, which is then to go to the smaller suppliers. And it's not that they don't have the tax certificate or they don't have the SBD form. It is just not it wasn't up to date. And in fact, it is up to date now. But the Auditor General, because at the time when they arrived, the tax was the previous year's tax. The compliance with that. But Mandla, maybe explain those the CFO. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just to give context, of the irregular expenditure, none of it was picked by the Auditor General. We had already pre-disclosed it before their audit. So we knew of all these issues before they came for the audit. The issue was just the repeat findings, and in there we're making an intervention as well in the prior year as well as in the current year, because the junior official had made an error, but we've since corrected that. If I can make specifics, 2 issues. One, we had the failure of ablution system within the castle, because castle operates, say, 7 days a week. So we had a failure of ablution systems, and then we had to make the people who were there for an event had to make a decision to procure mobile toilets. So that will be after the fact, when you discover that the company does not have an SPD, does not have a tax clearance. So there's nothing we can do. We pre-disclose that as irregular expenditure. And the second one, we had an event, the lift malfunctioned. There were elderly people in the conference facility. So we had to make a decision as well, only to find that the tax matter is not in order. It was registered on the CSD, but the tax matters are not in order. So it's mostly emergency procurement in all these issues, which we pre-disclosed before the audit. So none of it was picked by the Auditor General. Thank you, Chair.
covers that part. Then the question around the promotion of the castle. I totally agree, and it's linked to the, what is it, 1.2 under expenditure Mantla for this year? The reason why we can't take money that the department gives us as with provisions and then allocate it where I would love as a marketing person want to allocate it to marketing and promotion and maybe to the inclusion of people. So what in these particular cases they were allocated for the fence and for the paint, the repainting of the castle. And it's not paint that you can plascon that you can buy in you know, in the shop, in game or whatever. It is lime with fat and ochre. There's a very specific way to how you deal with that. So I know that the previous year we had the same issue, but now as soon as the court order is implemented tomorrow, and whatever the sheriff of the court or whatever they can do afterwards, as soon as that situation is stabilized, we will be able to spend this money which it was allocated for. We can't, Honourable Member, through you, Chairperson, we can't shift the funds around, especially when it comes from the
on marketing.
Yeah, and marketing.
On marketing.
Yeah, and marketing.
Yeah.
This is maintenance.
This heritage building, it's in the Western Cape.
Yeah.
Cape Town as a city council,
Yeah.
you need a collaborative effort with them, so that when they market and brand the city, they can include him. Western Cape, they've got the Provincial Department of Tourism. You need collaborative effort with more on OMAU, that when they market the province, they can take you as a pact without you spending your money. Only them spending their money. So it's just how you open up and work on MOUs, work on collaborative efforts to deal with this particular matter.
Then the internal controls, I think I have
Advocate want to say something, you can come in.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, thank you, Chair. In terms of the internal controls, I think we are on point because we have the internal audit, even though it's, because of our size, it's outsourced. And we have a very interactive audit committee. So they always take us to task. So that's why we always pick up, in fact, we always pick up these issues before they go for audit. So I think on internal controls, we are safe and sound. Thank you. And if I can speak on the underspending as well, in addition, the allocation that we received from DOD, it came around February. So this gives you little time to spend between February and March. So we also communicate that to National Treasury, so that when we do the application for retention of surplus, we do a detailed breakdown on what we're going to spend the surplus on. And we always interact with National Treasury on these issues. Thank you.
Okay. Then the non-filled position, question on non-filled positions is we don't have a marketing manager and we don't have a heritage manager, but we have groomed two more junior staff members. In fact, both of them are now in China, in Beijing, in a workshop, a collaborative effort with the consulate here in Cape Town to improve their skills around heritage management and marketing. So they will be visiting the Great Wall of China, the Forbidden City, the Tiananmen Square, etc., to just empower themselves. We feel, the board, and as the chairperson of board sitting, feel that instead of go out and try to attract big shot marketing managers, etc., groom the people internally. It's a African, so-called African female, African male, and groom themselves and prepare them for those positions. We will make sure that it is done properly, that all other people, even if they haven't been to China, get an equal opportunity to vie for those positions. That they are vacant, but we're not going to fill them because we have a plan around them. And these positions were graded by your department's DIMS, the Department of Integrated Management Services, and I think they've pitched them too high for our entity. We can't pay 400,000, $500,000 for positions that we can't afford. Yeah. And while I'm in that short on that issue, next week, end of next week, the board will get together for the next MTSF, medium-term strategic planning. And part of that is to brush off, somebody saying that we don't have a marketing plan. There's a marketing plan, and there is a commercialization plan that needs to be brushed up. We parked it a little bit during the COVID years, but now that we're back on our feet and running, there is this commercialization strategy, and there is a marketing plan that we're going to go through next week, update where we have to, but they are clearly there. We also have an integrated conservation management plan, because if you want to go for UNESCO, you have to have an integrated conservation management plan. And that plan also has to be updated every 5 years, because it says what you can do with the building, how many people can you allow, carrying capacity, routes, the maintenance. It gives you an entire spectrum of what we can and cannot do. So we have, between the plans and the hands to execute it.
CEO, as we summarize.
Yeah. I'll summarize.
Because,
I'll summarize.
but on the UNESCO, don't take it alone. Talk to the municipality, talk to the provincial government, talk to the national government, talk to the National Heritage Council. Where possible, your bid book for the UNESCO. Talk even to institutions of research and science, so that universities around there can help you in that regard, so that we have a proper bid book for the application. So we are saying you are cleaning up the surroundings. That will help us in terms of the environment for our UNESCO application. So you need collaborative effort, because that's not, don't be sentimental about that asset. It belongs to all of us.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I also don't want to discriminate you to any questions and not answer. There's just one or two that I want to quickly answer. And the question of the 138,000 bringing down to 48,000 is we don't take it lightly, through you, Honourable. We take it very seriously, and that's why we've put targets there. And that's why some of the suppliers don't now know that they don't come and submit a request for proposal because we're not going to, we're not going to be lenient. We're not going to go and drive after them to their businesses to say, hey, update your tax registration form, and etc. We're not going to do that anymore. And then the security, I agree wholeheartedly with him. My daughters and my wife often visit me, and if they go through that station area, they do feel unsafe. And I'm not saying the fence that we have procured the fence, and we're going to put it up after the situation is stabilized. But the fence is not going to deal with the petty crime problem, because the homeless community is only the bedrock for the attracting of other criminals coming down, snatching, jewelry and pickpocket and cell phones, etc. The organizations responsible for prevention of crime, all of them, and we are part of them, needs to up the game in that area. It is a working class area, taxi rank, bus rank, train station, Ubers, whatever it is just an area in the city that needs more attention. And I just feel the partnership, that partnership-driven approach is the only approach that will deal with that security system. I fully agree that even some of my own staff don't feel safe when they get off the taxi and come into the person. I think I've covered most of the issues.
No, thank you very much. You must also bring a proposal to the minister to talk to the police, to establish a unit that deals with museums and heritage sites. I visited Tech in 2018. One of the things that impressed me is that all their colonial building structures, from a mosque to a statue to everything, even paintings, there's a unit of police that deals with that, that protects that only, as part of them promoting tourism. I went to Greece next door. I found a similar unit within their police department. But as we increase heritage sites, increase this responsibility. Some of these heritage sites, like this complex, it might be worth 10 billion rand now in terms of the market price. Now, once whoever you put here to protect 10 billion, you must be sure about it because you can't lose 2 billion through fire and there are no consequences. Honorable members and the two entities that came here today, I would request that we work on the outstanding queries that are there, work on the application for the UNESCO, and let's get a technical team. Don't work alone. Get a technical team from departments and provincial government that I've mentioned, so that we deal with everybody who's supposed to be a part. Go and work on this 48,000 and clear it up in our next financial year so that we can get clean, unqualified clean audit without issues, without 48,000, so that we work on that. So that will assist us. But we must work on the UNESCO application so that we can finally get out of the budget of defense and be a self-reliant institution that runs its own finances, fundraises, and it can get sponsors, even apply for National Lottery Commission funds and be out of the national budget, national defense budget, so that we can redirect this project to now dealing with other projects related to the wars of resistance and so on and so forth. It's not a big problem. Now, honorable members, I would request that on the minutes as raised earlier on, that points raised by Honorable Harting and Honorable Niehaus, they be included in our minutes and we defer them to our next committee meeting. Our AAD report, all of us were there, those who attended, it's straightforward. I'm sure that one we adopt it in principle so that we can have it as work in progress. But just to report back to you, on the AAD report, we requested, you requested me to write to the minister or the Arms Control Commission. We wrote to the minister advised the president, and that commission has been appointed. All the members and ministers who are responsible for it have been appointed. They will meet to process all the issues which were raised by manufacturers. So just as part of feedback to the portfolio committee, that work was done and it was successful. The letter is there from the minister on behalf of the president as the commander-in-chief. So I think that in principle bring us to the end of the portfolio committee. I must say, on behalf of the portfolio committee, from the cabinet of our hearts, we want to say thank you for attending the portfolio committee. Thank you for bringing your annual reports, including remedial actions that needs to be put in there. Thank you very much for your positivity, so that we have an opportunity to turn around the tide and bring back the reputation of the Defense and Military Veterans Department, because the only department that needs to lead in terms of discipline is the Department of Defense and Military Veterans, because once we collapse as this department, we are going to bring a security lapse to the whole country. So everybody will not be safe. So our responsibility, it's even beyond our affiliations, our sentiments, even our political membership, because we are dealing with territorial integrity and sovereignty of the country. And we need to be upright in that particular responsibility. Thank you very much. Bon voyage. Go well home and be safe. We still want to see you tomorrow. The next meeting is at the CCB at the castle.
Right, we need to apply for that first.
No, we don't even need to apply there. No, Chair, the castle is part of the venues of Parliament.